For those of you who are just joining us we are now in our stream for the duration of our special live coverage of the Artemis 2 launch. If you're just joining us, welcome in. We're watching as the countdown progresses towards the opening of the launch window for 4 astronauts, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina, Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, who are preparing to venture around the moon and back on a more than 9-day journey on board the Orion spacecraft they named Integrity. Liftoff currently targeting the top of the window here at 6:24 p.m. Eastern, 22:24 UTC. However, NASA does have a 2-hour window today, so if they need more time, they have a little bit more latitude to move the T0. If you are just joining us, fueling has been progressing nicely. The core stage fuel tanks are both completely full on the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen side, and where the upper stage is concerned, the liquid hydrogen tank has reached flight levels and things are progressing nicely on liquid oxygen. As this live stream is picking up steam, I want to thank the more than 5,000 of you who are watching along with us live at this point in the count. Given this is a new live stream, if you did it on the last one, we would certainly appreciate if you could once again click that like button on this particular stream, allow more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage today. Got a whole host more special guests who are getting ready to join us as the count rolls on. So we hope you will stick around with us as we get ready to talk about the engines that are powering the core stage of this Space Launch System rocket. Local time right now is 12:39 p.m. Eastern on the countdown clock. L-5 hours, 44 minutes, and 32 seconds as the progression towards the hopeful launch of the Artemis 2 mission rolls on. We've got a nearly full Space Launch System rocket as far as propellant is concerned, both on the core stage and on the upper stage. And as you can see, we're standing next to one of three important engines that is here at the Kennedy Space Center. We've got one in the vehicle assembly building, one at the press site, and we're lucky enough to be standing right next to this one here. But more importantly than having the engine, we have an engine systems engineer who is able to talk all about it with fabulous expertise. This is Helen Lewin with L3 Harris. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Will.
And so, this is an exciting time, of course, for the RS-25 program, that we saw a great launch with the Artemis 1 mission, obviously all the shuttle heritage it has. How does it feel being back here now that this engine is about to, not this one obviously, but those engines, one of these, is going to be supporting the launch of 4 humans?
It's very exciting. I can't wait to actually be back into crewed spaceflight and launching astronauts. So it's even better than the first flight of Artemis.
I can imagine, because that's what the shuttle was built to do, is to carry both science, but importantly humans along with it. So like I said,
Yes.
Back at it.
Yes, there's a lot of science you can do with astronauts on board that is much more difficult without them.
Well, and we're grateful that you're able to be here, since you're such a thorough expert on the RS-25 engine. I was hoping we could start with a little bit of a tour of the engine. For logistics reasons, we'll stay on this side of the engine because we'll lose the signal if we go over there, which is a little unfortunate. But if you can start with this side here, I see just looking up, we've got a Rockwell sticker, a little bit of a nod to some heritage there.
I actually started on this, working on this engine in the Rockwell days.
Really?
And I've stayed with it since 1987. So we've still got some of that old GSE from various companies that this engine has been a part of. Of course, we're part of L3 Harris now. So on this side, you see this is the low pressure oxidizer turbo pump. The oxygen comes in here at minus 297 degrees Fahrenheit, and that pump will raise the pressure of the oxygen high enough that it goes through this duct into the high pressure oxidizer turbo pump, which is on the other side, and that's driven by a pre-burner. You can see down here at the bottom the pogo ball, and that makes sure we don't have that pogo phenomenon that troubled the Apollo mission. You can't really see the low pressure fuel pump, but it's on the other side. That low pressure fuel pump is one of the few pieces of flight hardware on this engine.
Really?
It flew 8 times on the shuttle program. But that brings in the fuel, the liquid hydrogen at minus 423 F. And that will be brought up to pressure, come through this duct on the top, and go around to that high pressure fuel pump you can see right there.
Yes.
From those 2 high pressure pumps have to raise the pressure so much because the main combustion chamber is operating at 6,000 psi. So we have to get those propellants at a very high pressure to be able to get them into that main combustion chamber. So you can see along this edge, this part here, that's part of the pre-burner that drives that turbo pump, and we have another one up there on the fuel side. And then in the center part, that's where the main combustion chamber meets the power head. That's the power head up on top. The main combustion chamber, you can see that silvery part right in the middle. That's where the propellants come together and are combusted into superheated steam. And then, of course, at that point, it exits out the nozzle.
And the nozzle has a couple of interesting features here, right? Because you don't want this part of the engine to overheat, so you've got some cooling elements along it, right?
That's right. So when the fuel comes in, we send a lot of it, about 30% down these tubes here, these ducts, and they go into these coolant tubes. And you can see these tubes. There's 1,080 tubes that construct this nozzle, and they're all braced together, and that coolant goes up the nozzle. The exhaust gas is running at about 6,000 degrees, And yet during operation, that hydrogen is so effective at cooling the nozzle that you couldn't touch this. It would be cool to the touch.
Wow.
During operation.
Obviously you wouldn't want to be this close during
No,
operation,
you
but
wouldn't.
and what was the thought behind having the 10,000 or the 1,000 plus smaller cubes as opposed to maybe fewer but larger ones?
Good question. I have no idea.
Didn't think I would stump the systems engineer. That's
Well, so thinking about it for a moment.
yeah, of course.
Cooling happens with surface contact, right? So you need the hydrogen to be touching the surface of that metal to cool it. So the more tubes you have, the more surface.
The more
you
surface
have.
area.
And,
Okay.
And in addition to that, it would make it very strong. These nozzles, even though they're really thin, they're paper thin at the forward end, and they're about the thickness of 2 sheets of paper at the aft end. And despite that, you could support the weight of a small car on a square inch of this nozzle.
Wow.
And what was I going to say about the other thing?
Well, no, that's all right. I was going to ask next, though. You know, we've got the 4 RS-25s that are on the pad right now. We've got the 3 that are, you know, in various learning configurations.
Yes.
But you only have so many left of the shuttle heritage era RS-25s. You've got slightly upgraded ones that have been in the loop for testing so far. How has that been, you know, putting newer edition RS-25s back down at Stennis to put them through their paces?
It's great to be back into test and building new engines. We've had 2 engines assembled at Stennis that we've already tested, and we're in the process of assembling the 3rd one, and those will be used for Artemis 5, so we're way ahead on supporting the Artemis program.
And then once those engines have been hot fired, are they stored at Stennis, or where do they go at that point?
We store them at Stennis. When we're ready to bring them to KSC for preparations for launch, the Artemis 3 engines will be coming in later this year, and we ship them one at a time. We process them one at a time. We have an engine servicing area over in the VAB, and they'll get it ready for installation. Install some, you know, special hardware for installation and do inspections, make sure they're all ready. And then when all 4 of them are ready, they install them just one after another into the core stage in High Bay 2.
And just to back up, because I realize we kind of hopscotched over a couple things, the Stennis Space Center is down in Mississippi, where the engine installation has been happening for the Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 missions was down at the Michoud Assembly Facility in Louisiana. But starting with Artemis 3, that installation is going to be happening right over here in the VAB, right?
Yes, and that's going to be great for us because it simplifies the process. We can truck the engines over here, and we'll be able to install them in the vertical instead of the horizontal. So it's preferable to do that, and we've gotten some new ground support equipment to be able to do that in High Bay 2.
You know, and just in wrapping, I mean, we could talk all day about engines, but I know your time is precious, and of course we're tracking the emergence of the astronauts coming up here in the
wonderful.
not too distant future. You know, in this era where we have the emergence of so many different types of rocket engines that are servicing so many different vehicles, you know, the RS-25 has a lot of key heritage and continues to be an important backbone for America's human spaceflight program. I wonder, just, you know, at this point in your career, how you're thinking about your time with the engine and the engine itself in this era of human spaceflight.
I love being involved in the crewed spaceflight program. It's been my whole career, and it really feels so fulfilling to have participated in so much history on the space program. I think there's a lot of future for this engine. We keep making improvements in reliability, improvements in manufacturing, improvements in cost, and I hope they continue to use this engine for a long time.
Well, it's a good engine, and clearly they wouldn't keep using it if it wasn't.
Thank you.
Helen Lewin, a systems engineer, one of the masters behind this beast here, the RS-25. And coming up in 5.5 hour time, we should be seeing, hopefully if all continues to go well and the weather cooperates, those 4 RS-25 engines light up about 6 seconds before the liftoff of Artemis 2. So don't go anywhere. We've got the astronauts coming up next. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of Artemis 2. Time now L minus 5 hours, 21 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. You're looking live into the suit-up room at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. You're seeing 2 out of the 4 astronauts, Commander Reid Wiseman on the right, pilot Victor Glover on the left, as they are in the process of getting suited up in their Orion Crew Survival System suits, or OX suits. In the unlikely event of an emergency during the Orion flight around the moon, the OX suits, once pressurized, can provide all that the crews need to survive an off-nominal event for up to 6 days, as the team would work to bring the crew back safely. Depending on how far they get into flight, if there were to be an off-nominal situation that would require the crew to come back, then that would determine what type of return scenario would be implemented. There's a certain point in the mission, as they get further and further away from Earth, where continuing on into the free return trajectory that is currently planned for the mission becomes the best possible option for the crew. Each of these suits have been personalized to the 4 astronauts that are flying on board the Artemis II mission. As these suits will support future Artemis astronauts, the goal is to make them suitable, if you'll pardon the pun, for a whole range of different astronauts, sizes, and height configurations. Per NASA, the outlook from the weather front is still 80% likelihood for acceptable conditions during liftoff. Teams continue to watch for the possibility of interference from cumulus clouds. You're looking at Commander Reid Wiseman, who's getting what is called the comm or communications cap attached, suited up for him there. The members in the room here that have the white jumpsuits, those are the members of part of the closeout crew team that have been in quarantine so they can be in proximity with the astronauts. The members of the closeout crew that are supporting the astronauts down at the pad. They are going to be heading out here in about 10 minutes' time, so we'll be watching closely for the departure of the closeout crew. Update on the fueling. NASA's Daryl Nail confirms that all 4 tanks are in replenish now, as we're currently at 1:07 p.m. Eastern Time, L-5 hours, 16 minutes, 33 seconds. You can see that fueling percentage here on the screen. All tanks now at flight levels. We should be approaching the start of a planned hold, which will last 1 hour and 10 minutes. That'll begin at the L-5 hour 10 minute mark, T-3 hours 30 minutes. NASA's Daryl Nail also says that they are not working any leak issues with the rocket, which is certainly good news to hear. Just listening into the update about the weather, the main thing that crews are watching at this juncture is a possible pop-up storm that could emerge at just the wrong spot at the wrong time. But again, at this point, conditions, broadly speaking, tracking towards 80% favorable. Taking a wide look here in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Room. All 4 of the crew members have their visors down by the look of it, going through suit leak checks at this juncture. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman currently in firing room 1 alongside Artemis Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson and the rest of the launch team. Team's making sure that they get good leak checks here, and they'll do a similar leak check once the 4 Artemis crew members are on board their Orion spacecraft. A thumbs up from Victor Glover, so they'll be able to open his visor as you see him doing now and conclude this leak check. Commander Reid Wiseman still undergoing his suit leak check by the look of it in the foreground here. Taking a close-up look here of one of the 2 mission specialists for the Artemis 2 mission. This is Christina Koch, and got here Victor Glover once again. This is the 2nd space flight for these 2 members of the 2013 astronaut class. Both Reid Wiseman and the other mission specialist on this flight, Jeremy Hansen, are members of the 2009 astronaut class. Wiseman has flown to space once before on board a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. This will be the first space flight for Jeremy Hansen. You're looking at Commander Reid Wiseman here, and back again to Victor Glover. At the top of the frame, you can see an astronaut from the Canadian Space Agency going just out of frame, so didn't get a chance to see exactly who that was. One of the Canadian Space Agency astronauts, Jenny Gibson, is part of the team preparing the astronauts to head out to the pad and get ready for ingress into their Orion capsule. Victor Glover, of course, is the pilot of the Artemis II mission. The 49-year-old was born in California and was, as I mentioned, selected for the NASA Astronaut Corps in 2013. He began serving in the U.S. Navy in 1998, re-enlisting in February of 2024. Look at the commander, Reid Wiseman, here. He'll be making his second trip to space on the Artemis II mission, having previously spent 165 days, 8 hours and change. He completed 2 spacewalks during his time on orbit, racking up more than 12 hours of spacewalking time outside of the International Space Station. He spent a couple of years as the chief of the NASA Astronaut Office between 2020 and 2022. Back here at Victor Glover, he also served in the U.S. Navy, also a test pilot like Commander Reid Wiseman. Like his commander, Victor Glover has completed 1 space flight, becoming the first African American to serve a long-duration space flight on board the International Space Station, racking up a total of 167 days, about 6.5 hours in space so far, completing 4 spacewalks for a total of 26 hours and some change. Glover has some connection to the NASA administrator, since the Dragon spacecraft that he flew on board, Resilience, was the spacecraft that the administrator, Jared Isaacman, flew on both the Inspiration 4 mission as well as his second space flight as a commander, Polaris Dawn. Victor Glover is a father, like Reid Wiseman, has 4 daughters. Reid has 2 daughters. And part of the lead up to launch is being able to spend time with their families in quarantine. Victor Glover mentioned before going into this final piece of the quarantine, when he spoke with members of the press, that, you know, all these years and months leading up to this launch opportunity have been spent in training and preparation, and now with these final days, wanted to make sure he's in a good headspace, so focusing on family. Looking here at mission specialist Christina Koch, who is one of 2 mission specialists on this flight. Born in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Like Victor Glover, a member of the 2013 astronaut class. 2013 astronaut class, fun fact, was the first class to have an even split of both women and men who were selected. Christina was tapped to be one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people this decade, when she was one half of the first all-female spacewalk that happened in 2019 alongside NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Meir is currently serving on board the International Space Station, launching as the commander of Crew 12. And as it just so happens, given the timing of the launch of Crew 12 and the forthcoming flight of Artemis II, these 2 NASA astronauts will once again be in space simultaneously, just a little bit further apart. However, one of the flight events is for the Artemis astronauts to have an audio communication event with the members of the International Space Station. So reuniting these two incredible astronauts once again. The first time that we'll have a human crewed spacecraft in deep space alongside continuous human spaceflight in low Earth orbit. Rounding out the crew, the other mission specialist, you're looking at Mr. Jeremy Hansen from the Canadian Space Agency. Of the 4 astronauts who are flying today, Jeremy is the only one who doesn't have flight experience, but he has a wealth of astronaut training experience. He was selected, as Reid Wiseman was, in the class of 2009. The 50-year-old, born in Ontario, Canada. He has had the privilege of being the first non-American to help lead the training for a batch of NASA astronauts, that being the 2017 astronaut class, nicknamed the Turtles. Like the rest of the Artemis crew, Jeremy Hansen, also a father, leaving on Earth for a few days, or a handful of days. Wonderful family by all accounts, but it will have the chance, as will the rest of the crew, to say one final farewell in person when the quartet exits this room here in this building, which is the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Aptly named, as so happens for this crew, returning human spaceflight missions that are moonward bound. Time now L minus 5 hours, 2 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. At this point in the count, we are still in the planned 1 hour, 10-minute built-in hold for this countdown. All stages on the Space Launch System rocket are currently in replenish. The closeout crew, who you got a quick glimpse of, who are on the side of the road near the Launch Complex 39A gantry area, should have made their way towards the White Room at about quarter past the hour. About 15 minutes between when they are set off to the White Room and when they should be up there to start preparations for the crew's arrival. Ball continues to go smoothly here. We should see the flight crew departing the ONC within the next several minutes, and then making their way outside to greet their friends and family. And we've got our Adam Bernstein out there looking to capture some photos of their emergence and then departure. For those who weren't with us during our coverage of a test called the countdown demonstration test, the vehicle that the crew will be taking out to the pad is not the vehicles that you may have seen in some B-roll or some video from earlier training operations. Once upon a time, electric vehicles from the company Canoe Technologies were contracted to drive the Artemis astronauts out to the pad and support operations that involved crew going from the ONC to the launch pad. However, that company went bankrupt in 2025, and so NASA made the decision to pivot and instead use the Astro van that was used and we saw during the pre-launch operations for the Boeing Starliner flight. And so it's got a new wrap, but you may recognize the shape. That'll be the vehicle that drives all 4 of these crew members out to Launch Complex 39B today. Unclear at this point in time if NASA's plan is to stick with sharing that van between them and Boeing/United Launch Alliance, who manages the rocket, of course, for the Starliner spacecraft, the Atlas V. Time now L minus 4 hours, 57 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. You're looking live out to Launch Complex 39B. All 4 propellant tanks on board the 322-foot tall rocket are in replenish and will remain so until the planned liftoff. The crew getting suited up in their Orion crew survival system suits. And last September, we had the opportunity to travel to the Johnson Space Center and speak with a couple of suit technicians to learn all about what these suits entail, how they'll keep the crew safe, and some additional features that may not be so obvious to the naked eye. So Here is our conversation with two of the brilliant suit technicians behind the suits that, in a pinch, could be the difference between the crew surviving or not. One of the new elements, of course, for the Artemis 2 mission is that they have humans in the loop, which means you have to have flight suits for both launch and re-entry, like this model you see here. But, you know, this is a two-dimensional cardboard thing set up in front of us, and we can do a little bit better than that. We've got both the actual suit here and two fantastic suit experts to walk us through this flight suit. So thank you both so much for taking the time to talk with me.
Absolutely. Of course.
This is the first time that you're going to be putting the suit through a deep space mission. So tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, so this is the Orion Crew Survival System suit. As you mentioned, it's worn during launch and entry and also worn in contingency operational scenarios such as a cabin depressurization scenario.
Gotcha. And, you know, you can see a little bit of what I'm assuming is part of the cooling system on the inside, right?
Correct. Yes, this is the liquid cooling garment. So the suit connects to the environmental control life support system of Orion through air umbilicals and also a cooling umbilical. Cooling fluid runs through our thermal control valve, which is adjustable for crew comfort, and that kind of a special water runs through this garment, which has a lot of tubing in it. And that cooling fluid runs through these tubes and provides cooling to the crew member.
And obviously there's going to be a lot of different people that are going to be wearing suits of various sizes and you know, lengths. So what were some of the considerations as you were looking at the variable components for someone, you know, as small as Christina Koch and someone as large as Jeremy Hansen?
Yeah, so we actually had, these suits are actually custom made for each crew member. So they get a custom suit and they go through various different sizing events with our vendor and here in our suit lab that we have. But a lot of the stuff that we had to do was size it for them. And so you had to place components where you could fit it on everyone. So you have the thermal control valve, it's on their thigh, it's something that they can fit there, but you have bottles on the side that got to fit from Christina to Jeremy. And so we have all of these different things. And then we actually have two different sized helmets. So you'll notice in some of the pictures or in the pictures of the crew, you'll actually see that Christina has a smaller helmet than the other three crew members. So she has a small helmet and has a smaller neck ring, and that's to allow for occupant protection. So during launch scenarios and during reentry, you have to have the capability to make sure that both their spine and their head are kind of almost as one. You don't want their head to become a basically pendulum that causes their neck to have problems during launch. It's something that we saw during the investigations from some of the Challenger and Columbia accidents. And so what we have there is we have something called the helmet support assembly that allows the seat belts to come over the suit, and it allows to keep their helmet, which is on their head along with the neck ring, all in one. And the reason we have the smaller helmet is for the smaller breadth of shoulders, because somebody like Jeremy has a lot wider shoulders than somebody like Christina. And so you have different sized helmets, and we go through a whole different scenario of different sized gloves for each crew member. We get custom gloves if they need it. We have various different scenarios for all of that, boots of different sizes. You've got garments that are custom made. We have a lot of things that are just custom made to each crew member.
And so, you know, once the crew was assigned, how soon after that did the suit design for each crew member happen, and how long did it take?
Yeah, so it takes about a year to build the suits.
Okay.
So about a year, yeah.
And it depends. You've got different measurements. The vendor comes, takes a bunch of measurements. They start building a base thing. We get them in some base training suits that we have, figure out kind of what's size it's close to them, and then they go through the whole process of building everything.
And then
there's a process.
There's also adjustments along the way too. So throughout building their flight suits, they have multiple fit checks, both at the vendor and here at Johnson Space Center, where we're able to make small adjustments to fine tune the suit to fit them kind of in those operational scenarios where comfort becomes really important, such as the cabin depress scenario. We need to accommodate mobility. We also need to accommodate comfort in those long duration emergency cases.
I was going to say the suit has to be able to be worn and sustained potentially for hours in an off-nominal scenario. As you were looking at some of the learnings from the last time this flew, or the first time this flew in Munich and Campos, what were some of the biggest things that you were able to take away from that and maybe do a little bit of tweaking with these suits that are going to fly in Artemis 2?
So we did learn from our Munican who flew, we learned that a lot about the occupant protection side of things. So we had a lot of different sensors on him that were able to record data for our occupant protection side of things. In terms of some of the other like pressurization or any of that stuff, we didn't have a whole lot that we learned necessarily, but we learned about all the integration with the vehicle, actually having a mannequin in a suit in the vehicle. So we learned a lot, and then the sensors for launch and entry.
And so obviously this is going to be a roughly 10-ish day mission. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of feedback from all 4 of them. What are you most looking forward to hearing from each of the crew members once they've had a chance to wear this and actually experience it in deep space?
I think our biggest goal on this team is in general just to make sure that the crew is safe and keep them comfortable, right? So seeing their faces on recovery day and just seeing them land safely and our hardware did its job, I think is going to be the most exciting part.
Yeah, I would agree. Seeing them land on the helicopter, on the ship for recovery, I think that's where it's really just going to be the most rewarding because we know we got them home safe, right? I work specifically on the off-nominal waste management system, which is only used in that contingency scenario.
A very important contingency
Very
scenario.
important one, but I hope my hardware is really never truly used for its full capability because I just don't want, that is a really, really bad day. And I don't want that. And I'm seeing them come down and seeing them walk or seeing them move after when they return to Johnson is going to be the most rewarding because we know we kept them safe. And that's the most important part for our whole team is we are crew survival engineering. Our job is to keep the crew safe.
Yeah.
And that's in all phases of the mission. Our hardware could be used and we just want to make sure that they're safe.
And to add to that too, because I work on the orthostatic intolerance garment, which is something that for a nominal entry they would wear. So that is the one piece of hardware that I work on that they would wear for reentry. And again, seeing their faces on recovery day, if they're standing and the OIG is doing its job, the orthostatic intolerance garment, it's maintaining their blood volume in the upper part of their body and minimizing symptoms that could come from orthostatic intolerance, such as nausea or dizziness, even up to fainting. So seeing them stand up and
not fainting
and doing well will be really exciting. That means their garment is working as intended. That's this compression garment over here at the far end here. So it's kind of a compression garment that is just providing mechanical compression. It has a gradient of compression, so it's tighter at their feet and then is not as tight as you get closer to their waist. But seeing that do its job will be great. The other hardware I work on is the emergency breathing system. And like Catherine's hardware, we hope that this hardware doesn't have to get used. So yes, this is one of the 2 emergency breathing system bottles, or reducer and cylinder. And so these are connected to the outside of the crew member's legs. You can also see it on the cardboard cutout over there. But these contain oxygen and provide the crew with 10 minutes of oxygen during an emergency egress scenario. So either on the pad or post-landing, they would be able to fully seal themselves in the suit by closing the visor and turning on these emergency breathing system bottles to provide them oxygen and keep them safe in an egress scenario. So I hope that this doesn't have to get used, kind of like Catherine's hardware, but the OIG will get used, and I'm very excited. I will be very excited to see them healthy on recovery day. Yeah.
Last question for me then. What is your favorite maybe hidden feature of the suit that just doesn't jump out at you but is super cool in your mind? I'll put that to each of you.
Ooh, you want to go first?
You can go first.
I think one of the cool features of the suit that a lot of people don't necessarily notice is actually the rescue handles. So you'll notice where the color of the webbing changes and has the reflection is actually handles. And there's handles also on the, basically right around their waist. And the rescue forces, but either on the pad, during launch or around launch time, and as well as during recovery, they can actually lift the crew members using these four handles, and they'll stay pretty like flat, and they can rescue them. And it's actually a really cool feature because not people don't always see them.
Right.
And
I think I would have looked past that too.
You would have looked past it. It's just blue webbing.
Right.
But there's a whole harness that's like integrated into the stitching of the whole suit so that it can distribute that weight throughout the entire suit to make sure that you could lift a Jeremy Hansen in this suit without having really any issues with breaking the suit.
Right. With training, of course.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to just deadlift Jeremy straight up.
I think my favorite part of the suit is actually the bottles that I was talking about because I work on them, right? The emergency breathing system bottles that are kind of hidden in this blue cover. You wouldn't really know what they are just seeing them on the crew members' legs. But to me, that's the most exciting, probably because I work on it and I spend a lot of time and effort on it. But I do think those are really cool. And also another kind of hidden blue item in this blue Nomex material they actually have life preserver units under their arms. So you can see it in the cutout. We don't have them here, but they have life preserver units under their arms as well. So some of the features hidden in blue, they provide contrast and you might not really know what they are just from the surface, but they do a lot for helping the crew survive in those emergency scenarios.
Excellent. Well, thank you both so much for the tour around the suit.
Yeah.
Time now, L-4 hours, 43 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting to the planned liftoff of NASA's Space Launch System rocket and the Orion spacecraft on top. We've been watching both the crew in the suit-up room at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. We are awaiting their emergence, where our photographer, Adam Bernstein, is standing by, getting ready to snap some great human moments of the astronauts prepared for a roughly 10-day mission, departing for a flight planned around the moon and back. We'll have an opportunity to have one last moment in person with their families before making this grand adventure, the first crewed flight of an Orion spacecraft. We're just a couple minutes away from when we expect views to return back to the ONC and the crew to make their way out of the suit-up room down the hall and we should get some views outside of the door that we've seen so many astronauts on so many missions emerge before their journey to the pad. Once the crew does get into their ticket to ride, their last horizontal trip here out to Launch Complex 39B, you should see the countdown clock resume at L-4 hours. So we're about 41 and a half minutes away from the planned 1 hour and 10-minute hold lifting, and the T-minus clock picking up at T-minus 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's about a 30-minute drive from Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout all the way to the pad at Launch Complex 39B. Thankfully, the journey for the astronauts is considerably shorter than it was for their rocket to get out to the pad. Even though it had fewer miles to drive, the Crawler Transporter, the largest self-propelled land vehicle in the world, only goes at a blistering pace of 1 mile per hour. So it was a slow trek both times we saw the rocket roll out for this mission. Moving along the crawler way, the mobile launcher alongside the rocket unfueled. Together, combined with the crawler, was about 16 million pounds, rumbling along a crawlerway filled with Alabama river rocks, helping to keep things smooth and dust-free thanks to some water tankers that paved the way. Let's go ahead and take a live view here inside the White Room. You're seeing members of the closeout crew readily preparing things for the arrival of the 4 Artemis II astronauts. If you see crew member number 2, that is Andre Douglas, one of the other Andre Douglas was one of the 2 backup crew members to the 4 you're seeing here enter the elevator. The gentleman to the back with the blue flight suit, that is NASA astronaut Scott Tingle, who is the current chief of the astronaut office. The current chief joined by the former chief, Reid Wiseman, who held Tingle's position as chief of the NASA astronaut office from 2020 to 2022. And there you see their ride out to the pad, the Astro van, reskinned from its appearance that we saw last time with the crewed flight of the Starliner spacecraft, the crew flight test back in the summer of 2024. Now got a new wrap, preparing to deliver these 4 members of Artemis II shortly out to the pad. It'll take about, again, 30 minutes once they emerge from here, have their final goodbyes with their family. It's a little hard to see in this shot here, but if we had the ability to zoom in and enhance, want to make a sci-fi reference there, you could see, actually you can just make it out. If you look at the bottom, well, if they go back to that shot again, at the frame of the door on the bottom right, you can see the crew's Artemis II mission patch. Here an aerial view from a crossover bridge that goes in between those 2 buildings that you see. Members of the press there alongside family members near those yellowed striped lines, and then beyond, members of the NASA family getting ready to cheer on their colleagues from both the NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency. Keep a close eye out. If you see our Adam Bernstein, it can be the Spaceflight Now edition of Where's Waldo. Let us know in the live chat if you do happen to spot him. Taking a quick peek at our live chat, want to thank the more than 16,000 of you who are watching along with us live for this historic launch attempt coming up here at the Kennedy Space Center. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream to allow more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage, allowing folks to see the astronauts as they're about to exit the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. Thanks again as well to our moderator, Jeff Hansen. Thanks to Aussie Space Girl, who has probably departed given the hour there in Australia. Well, we appreciate her helping us out this afternoon. Minus 4 hours, 37 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. The emergence of your Artemis 2 crew is coming up. In the meantime, we can take a quick peek back at the White Room, where you can see 3 members of the closeout crew, the specially trained batch of folks who are getting ready to support the ingress or the entrance of the astronauts into their Orion spacecraft. Kind of blocking him with his body at the moment, but beyond flight closeout crew number 4, you can see the 2 hatches that are needing to be closed. It's a complex method to get these closed and create a proper seal. Just on the far left-hand side of your screen, you can see the crew capsule side hatch for the Orion spacecraft. The one that is jutting out about halfway through the screen, you can see it blocking that orange umbilical. That is from the launch abort system, an important piece of safety hardware that in the unlikely event of an abort scenario needed either at the pad once the launch abort system activates, which should happen at 2 seconds. So the launch abort system will be available as a safety mechanism at T-minus 5 minutes and 20 seconds. We had the opportunity to talk with the Ascent flight director, Judd Freeling, about the various abort scenarios, and he mentioned to us that pad abort is among, if not, actually in his mind, it is the riskiest abort possible for the crew. Of course, it is there because if needed, it would save the crew's lives. We'll talk more about that in a second. We're looking at the Artemis 2 crew now emerging from ONC. On the right, Commander Reid Wiseman. To his right, Victor Glover. To his right, Jeremy Hansen. And on the other side, mission specialist NASA astronaut Christina Koch. From right to left, these 3 are about to make their second trip to space. Jeremy Hansen making his first space flight and set to become the first non-American to travel beyond low Earth orbit in history. Crew now making their way off frame stage right and out to their adoring friends and most importantly their family gathered here. A good opportunity, hearts thrown up for Reid, probably pointing to his 2 daughters that are here. They've been able to spend some wonderful family time in their final days in quarantine here at the Kennedy Space Center. Help to clear their heads, be in a good space for their upcoming launch. Aiming to go around the moon is the plan, of course. As the crew has reiterated multiple times and in multiple venues, they are in a mode of preparation without expectation. They are trained to run the full marathon of this mission, but if the plan needs to change for whatever reason, they are prepared to adapt to those scenarios. Just talking with our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, who's a better lip reader than I am. The screen I'm looking at has a little bit of a glare, but going down the row, likely of his 4 daughters and possibly his wife as well. I can't see her off frame, but saying love you, love you, love you, love you. Making sure all of his family that are staying here on Earth know that he's carrying them in his heart and in his mind as he and his 3 crew members prepare to take this extraordinary step as NASA moves forward with human exploration of the moon, beginning here with Artemis 2. You can see on the clock in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, L- 4 hours, 31 minutes, 50 seconds, and counting. The crew won't have too much longer here to hang out before they need to get into the van. Blowing kisses to the family, one last wave. When we've seen the members of the commercial crew program board their Teslas, when they get inside and the windows go up, it allows the family members an opportunity to step forward to their vehicle before it needs to depart. The last time we saw the crew go through these motions during the countdown demonstration test, the family wasn't here at the time, so we didn't actually see that happen. Got the audio back up. Let's listen in these final moments before they head to the pad. Of course, you have lots of NASA staff on hand to make sure that the quarantine of these astronauts is protected during these final moments before they head to the pad and meet the closeout crew.
That's all you can see?
Get that Titanic scene.
As we're standing by, waiting to see the crew hit the road in this convoy here. So you've got a view of Janet Petro, the KSC center director, there with the glasses and the baseball cap. And there they are, heading off to the pad. Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, and Christina Koch, the 4 astronauts of Artemis II. As we watch their convoy and their roughly half-hour trek out to their launch site, they've got no traffic to deal with. Hundreds of thousands of people gathering here at the Space Coast, jamming up the rest of the roads, but these guys have smooth sailing as the focal point of our afternoon. Let's go ahead and, as they are making their way out to the pad, learn a little bit more about each member that are sitting and chilling inside the Astro van there. Let's begin with the commander of the Artemis II mission. This is NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman. Serving as the commander of the Artemis II mission is NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman. A son of Baltimore, Maryland, Wiseman says his passion for exploration was there from childhood, as encouraged by his parents.
I always had boundaries, but it was exploration from the time I was born. You know, going to the lake with my brother, learning on my own and figuring things out, and they gave me that freedom, and it was wonderful.
His first foray into public service came in the late 90s when he enlisted in the U.S. Navy. Wiseman was tapped as a naval aviator in 1999 and was deployed twice to the Middle East. Wiseman graduated as a naval test pilot in 2004 and was at sea when he was selected for astronaut training in 2009. Their training took them to various NASA centers, including Langley Research Center in Virginia.
Oh, it's awesome so far. Absolutely fantastic. Way better than I had imagined.
In 2014, following the end of the shuttle era, Wiseman got his first opportunity to head to space.
And liftoff.
He flew to the International Space Station alongside Roscosmos cosmonaut Maxim Soreyev and European Space Agency astronaut Alexander Gerst. The trio spent 165 days in space during expeditions 40 and 41. During that time, Wiseman joined in on 2 spacewalks, US EVAs 27 and 28. Those gave him a total of nearly 13 hours of spacewalking time.
We're outside for about 6.5 hours. You got a little drink bag of water, and before we even go out the hatch, it's 4 hours in that suit. So it's a very long day. This is the hardest thing I've ever done, mentally, physically, it doesn't matter. This is the hardest thing I've ever done. I've landed on a Navy ship over 500 times, a bunch of them at night, but this takes the cake for difficulty. And also takes the cake for just a ridiculously cool thing to get to go do.
Back on Earth, Wiseman served as the chief of the astronaut office from 2020 through 2022. During that time, the Artemis program was announced, and he was able to help sell that idea to the world.
Our sights are not set on the moon. Our sights are set clearly on Mars. And everything that you're thinking about today, everything that we're going to do on Artemis 1 leads to Artemis 2, which leads to Artemis 3 when we hope to have humans on the surface of the moon. But Artemis 3 is leading to the rest of the Artemis program. The first woman, the first person of color on the surface of the moon, and then the first humans tracking out to Mars and putting our footsteps in building science laboratories and inhabiting another planet. To me, it's just the most awe-inspiring moment that we have had here at NASA, and I love working here right now. It's an honor to get to do so.
He's a decorated naval aviator.
Then, on April 4th, 2023, Wiseman got a new honor. he was named as commander of the Artemis II mission. He spoke with Spaceflight Now about facing nerves going into this historic flight training.
I was nervous this morning for the announcement, so am I going to be nervous for this mission? Absolutely. I mean, but I've always have found that nervousness, that adrenaline, it brings you up and it allows you, if it's managed, it allows you to focus. And just being with Christina, Victor, Jeremy today, my crewmates, I already see how we manage each other's adrenaline a little bit, our stress a little bit. I can't wait to go do this mission with those three. And then to talk to our flight controllers and mission controller flight directors on the loops and our Capcoms. It's going to be an awesome team.
In the nearly 3 years since that announcement, Wiseman has been diligently training alongside his crewmates, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. At each step of the way, Wiseman emphasizes that they are absorbing learnings not only for their mission, but for those who will come after them as well.
And when I look at the future, when we talk about what is our legacy, I don't want to look 5 years or 10 years in the future. I want to look 100 or 200 years in the future. And honestly, this is where I thought this might land wrong. I hope we're forgotten. If we are forgotten, then Artemis has been successful. We have humans on Mars. We have humans out on the moons of Saturn. We are expanding in the solar system. We have robotic precursor missions going out. We already have spacecraft outside of our solar system. Maybe we've invented something that we never even dreamed of, and maybe we inspired some kid somewhere, and maybe that's our footnote. We inspired Susie or Johnny to do what they did. That would be magical.
And that was Commander Reid Wiseman of the Artemis II mission. Looking live from some aerial views of the astronauts making their way up the road, heading north towards where we're located, the vehicle assembly building, past the press site. We'll continue to learn more about the Artemis crew in our profile pieces of them. For now, we are standing by. Want to make sure you get the best possible vantage point of the crew as they pass all of us here at the Kennedy Space Center. So we're training our trackers, eagerly awaiting for their emergence around the road. They are making the turn onto the Saturn Causeway. And coming down the road, they are starting to hear the helicopter a little bit more loudly. You can see dozens, if not hundreds, of NASA employees and folks from the European Space Agency, the Canadian Space Agency, hundreds of people who have helped make this mission possible, wishing these 4 Artemis astronauts well on their journey. We should be seeing them come into our camera view here in just a moment. We see the lead vehicle. Here comes the crew. And there they are. Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, Jeremy Hansen making their way down the road. Lots of smiles and waves, including from this reporter here at Spaceflight Now, wishing them well on their beginning stages of this important journey for lunar exploration. The tan road that you see beside the convoy, that is the crawler way, the path that their rocket took to get from the vehicle assembly building out to the pad, laid with tens of thousands of Alabama River rocks to help make the trek of the crawler transporter 2 as smooth as possible. The crawler is led by a series of changing out water trucks to make sure that the road is dampened and help to mitigate dust being kicked up as the trek rolls on for the rocket, or rolled on. Since the SLS rocket had to return to the vehicle assembly building after the helium issue was discovered on the umbilical for the rocket's upper stage, NASA completed what has so far been the fastest turnaround of a rocket entering the VAB, getting its necessary work done and returning to the pad at just 21 days. This administration's goal is to increase the cadence for these moon-bound crewed flights, with Artemis 3 aiming to launch by mid-2027. No longer a lunar landing mission, part of the reimagining of the Artemis architecture now is that the crew will instead fly a mission that will at minimum be in low Earth orbit, possibly in high Earth orbit, but we'll see the Orion spacecraft meet up with one or potentially both of the 2 lunar landers that will eventually take astronauts down to the surface of the moon. SpaceX's Starship and Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark II. On the right-hand side of your screen, you're taking a look back into the White Room at the top of the mobile launcher, where this crew has been hard at work to make sure that everything is ready for when that crew does arrive. And you're seeing that aforementioned crawler transporter in the box on your left, the world's largest self-propelled land vehicle, as affirmed by the Guinness Book of World Records. Now taking the turn, crew getting closer and closer to the pad here. L-4 hours, 14 minutes, 51 seconds, and counting. Time now L-4 hours, 13 minutes, 7 seconds, and counting. Seeing the convoy continue on the left, closeout crew work on the right. The closeout crew is currently inside the White Room, which is at the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher tower. The tower itself in total is about 400 feet in height, and it has tower floor levels at every 20 feet, allowing for access to the various pieces of the rocket. And you can see the crew is approaching the security gate there at Launch Complex 39B, a nice aerial view, spinning around the mobile launcher there at Launch Complex 39B. Crew now inside the pad gate. The larger sphere that you were just seeing was the liquid hydrogen tank, a new addition to Launch Complex 39B, which allows NASA to store more liquid hydrogen at the site, allowing for a quicker pad turnaround time in the event that they had to scrub today for whatever reason, giving them some flexibility to target a backup launch. NASA mission managers say potentially within 24 hours. Of course, that is depending on the reason for any potential scrub. Astrovan about to hit its parking spot there at the launch complex. Momentarily, we'll see the doors open and the reemergence of our 4 crew members here for the Artemis 2 mission. The van on the left-hand side of your screen where you can see the NASA worm logo, that is the van that supported the closeout crew. That was their ride out here to the pad, and it will be their ride heading back once their work is complete in securing both the crew module side hatch as well as the launch abort systems side hatch. Per NASA's original published timeline, the closeout crew is set to depart at about 5:34 p.m. Eastern Time, 2134 UTC for those joining around the world. You can see some of the crew emerging here. Counting 3 crew members here. Let's see who we're waiting on. Crew is about to enter into elevator 2. Nice elevator shot here. This is a nice surprise. Snapping a salute from Naval Commander Reid Wiseman, also Naval Captain, excuse me, Captain in the U.S. Navy, Reid Wiseman, Commander of the Artemis 2 mission. This should be the elevator that will bring them up to the deck where the crew access arm is located. That's at the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher. Apologies, a quick correction there. That was the elevator, just a short ride to the 0 deck of the mobile launcher, so the top of the platform, where now they will walk over to the elevator that will take them up to the 270-foot level. Want to make sure we note that. Quick correction there for folks. Don't want to leave you with bad information. Coming up on the final 4 hours before the planned liftoff of this crew, at least the final 4 hours before the opening of a 2-hour launch window. If NASA runs into some trouble with the cumulus clouds here, they have some latitude to move the T0 further into the window if necessary. But I will speak from personal experience, having talked to a lot of folks here at the press site. Lots of people out here are sincerely hoping that we hit a launch or see NASA hit a launch at the opening or near the opening of the window so that we can see this Space Launch System rocket fly in the daylight. as opposed to the night launch that we saw on the Artemis 1 mission. Peering back into the White Room here as the closeout crew is awaiting the arrival of the 4 Artemis astronauts. Out of frame in this shot of the White Room, but if you take this camera view, Stephen, outside of the SLS rocket's White Room here. Oh, well, they're adjusting the view here. Wait till it stabilizes. We'll wait till there's less action happening inside the mobile launcher before we go back to that thought I was just about to express. I'll touch on it briefly, though, since I made an allusion to it. In the unlikely event that the crew needs to make an evacuation away from their rocket, but before the launch abort system has activated, they have, it's called the emergency egress system, which is a series of slide wire baskets, which if you see that lightning protection tower that is just to the left of the mobile launcher, at the same level, that 74-foot level, you can see a series of baskets that run along, from our camera's perspective, or from the camera perspective here, the left-hand side, that would carry the crew away to a terminus point safely away. And now you're seeing the crew emerge from the elevator, as we've seen them in training before. Reid Wiseman, followed by Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, and then Christina Koch. A really nice view. Victor Glover, a religious man, giving a nice send-up. And a nice series of fist pumps to the closeout crew here. Nice thumbs up from Reid Wiseman. You can imagine sending a message directly to the NASA workforce there. Looks like signing the wall. Not sure if there's a NASA meatball logo or what maybe on the side of the White Room, but this is the first crew to fly an Orion spacecraft, so the first crew to add their John Hancock to this White Room. Crew will now be helped out with their comm caps here that we saw them wear in the suit-up room. Donning those again. This is part of what was in those green bags that you saw them walking into the elevator with. Again, each of these comm caps, in addition to their gloves, part of a specially tailored flight suit. This is an important part of the suit-up procedures inside the flight room. The closeout crew, making sure that everything is tucked in properly in place so that their Orion crew survival system suits operate as expected and as necessary before they hopefully are not needed in a capacity to save their life, but that is what they are there for. Looking down on the press site here, you can see the fishbowl that just went out of frame here, but a good view now across the water heading back out toward the pad. Not enough time for me to pop off mic and wave to the camera, but a nice little nod visually to us reporters and journalists here covering this mission. Each of the bags that are carrying the personal items and supplies for the crew have already been stowed on board the Orion spacecraft. This isn't like your commercial airline where you need to carry it with you or have your luggage checked in just a couple of hours before your flight. No, for the Orion spacecraft, the last items that are stowed on board, the late stowage method that happens in the pocket of between L-30 to L-24 hours. So this was all accomplished yesterday. And the Orion spacecraft is now just awaiting the most precious cargo, its crew. Time now, L-3 hours, 59 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Within the last 30 seconds, the planned hold at T-3 hours, 30 minutes has been allowed to lift. Countdown clock, or the T- terminal clock, now moving forward along with the L- clock, the launch clock. So if you're looking out here on the press lawn in the big shot, you see the countdown clock there at 3 hours, 59 minutes and counting. That is the L- clock, which will continue to roll on independent of the now last final planned hold, which will come about at T-10 minutes when the big clock hits L-40. You'll notice that unlike with the commercial crew program flights using SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft, the ingress process is not quite as fast as it is, or this ingress process is not quite as fast as we see on the Dragon spacecraft. There are more things that have to be done here inside the White Room, including, as we've been watching, the placement and attachment of each crew member's gloves, their comm caps, as well as their flight helmets. That process still in work here as we're now a couple minutes past L-4 hours and the start of crew ingress. Haven't seen the crew members enter into the Orion spacecraft just yet. That is still up and coming. L minus 3 hours, 54 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. A nice little fist bump moment there. The crew of the Artemis 2 mission, the flight crew, has a lot of respect, obviously, for this closeout crew. They've been training with them for some time to make sure that they can step through these procedures as anticipated, and it's the responsibility of the closeout crew to make sure that both the crew module side hatch, which you can just see a little bit of the corner of, that's the piece that is jutting out from the left-hand side of your screen with a little bit of the tan border to it and the red groove in the middle. That's the crew module side hatch. And then the much larger one that's taking up more of the visual space, that is the launch abort system side hatch. Lockheed Martin, the main company behind the Orion spacecraft, with the crew module down beneath powering the spacecraft, the Orion spacecraft, giving it propulsion, power, electricity, and the life support system is the European service module, manufactured principally by Airbus, overseen by the European Space Agency. A series of 10 member states helped to bring that crew module to bear. So far, ESA has delivered, ESA, Airbus, and the partners involved with that element of Orion have delivered the 4th ESM. And there you see Commander Reid Wiseman about to enter into the capsule, throwing out the picture frame, giving a shout out to everyone there in the NASA workforce and from all the vendors that have helped make this moment possible for him and his crew, making his way now into the crew module of the Orion spacecraft. Now, during these early portions of crew loading, we should hopefully be able to see, and there, as hoped and expected, we are getting a glimpse inside the Orion spacecraft. If everything continues to move as expected, this will be the home of Reid Wiseman and the 4 members of, or the other 3 members of the Artemis 2 mission for more than 9 days, about 9 days, an hour and some change. See the elbow of one of the flight closeout crew team there. It's a fishbowl or fisheye lens to give us the most complete view of the Orion interior. Victor Glover coming up next, the pilot of the Artemis 2 mission. Flight Commander Reid Wiseman shouting out the members of the team that are behind the camera that are all eagerly watching this ingress process, making sure to know that they are acknowledged and appreciated. Christina Koch with a little heart thrown up to the camera there. Shortly we'll be seeing, there we go, views back inside the crew module of the Orion spacecraft. The crew module itself is 11 feet or about 3.4 meters in height. It has a diameter at its widest of 16.5 feet or about 5 meters. The habitable volume is 330 feet cubed or 9.3 meters cubed. Nice view of the Orion control panel here. Got to see the training modules that was used for the crew when we visited the Johnson Space Center back in September, and we'll be returning to JSC for the duration of the mission after liftoff, bringing you the news from the ground as the flight days go on. And we hope you join us along for the journey as we continue to report first from here at KSC through launch and then on to the Johnson Space Center for the rest of the mission through splashdown. The habitable volume of the Orion spacecraft is comparable, NASA says, to if you were to put together two small minivans, cut out the space between, that's about how much space that they have inside Orion. The seats that they are going to be riding uphill on are stowable, so they'll have a little bit more room to move about the cabin, if you will, once they are in flight. A great portion of the maneuverability of the Orion spacecraft comes from the European Service Module. However, the crew module itself does contain 12 reaction control system thrusters. And part of flight day number 1 for the crew will be performing an important demonstration of the dexterity of the Orion spacecraft, proximity and operations test, where following separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage of the SLS rocket, they'll be taking manual control of Orion and moving closer to, away from, and testing out the full 6 degrees of freedom on Orion. And that'll give the flight controllers on the ground good confidence that in the unlikely but possible event of a scenario where the crew of this or a future mission would need to take the stick in the event of an emergency, they can do so with confidence. Taking a look inside, oh, well, I'll make that reference when we go back inside Orion here in a second. Looking back inside the Orion capsule, you can see 2 of the 4 crew members seated inside. Looks like Mission Specialist Christina Koch and Mission Commander Reid Wiseman. They are seated in formally on the spacecraft. Reid Wiseman in seat number 1, Christina Koch in seat position number 3. When it's their turn up to get in their seats, Victor Glover will be in seat number 2 alongside Reid Wiseman, and see, actually, I jumbled that backwards. Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen is in seat number 3. The other mission specialist, Christina Koch, will be in seat number 4. So the 2 members of the 2013 astronaut class waiting for their turn to board the Orion spacecraft. Time now, L minus 3 hours, 42 minutes, 51 seconds and counting. You can see Victor Glover getting prepped to be seated in his position, seat number 2. And the final member of the crew to enter into the capsule, this is mission specialist Christina Koch, officially designated mission specialist number 1. Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist number 2. Nice handheld camera view here. See a couple members of the closeout crew hard at work. Taking a look down at the RS-25 engines there, you see some venting looking down at the engine section for the SLS rocket. The 2 aft skirts of the solid rocket boosters from Northrop Grumman on either side of the engine section here. Those 2 solids carry shuttle heritage and will provide 75% of the thrust at liftoff. About 8.8 million pounds of thrust when this rocket departs the pad. As I mentioned, these 2 solid rocket boosters on either side of the vehicle carry quite a bit of shuttle heritage behind them. The booster on the right as you're facing the rocket has 64 shuttle flights with all of its various reused components combined. Gone through a total of 9 static tests. And there's just one new component between both of these 2 solid rocket boosters, and that is on the right-facing booster. And that is the top of the 2 stiffeners near the bottom, which is just out of frame from where we're looking in this camera view on the right-hand side of your screen. Looking from the top of the rocket to the bottom of the rocket in these side-by-side views where the crew is located right now. On the left-hand side inside the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. Extending to the spacecraft is the white room at the end of the crew access arm, and you can see some of the umbilicals that are connected to the Orion spacecraft as well as down the column. And on the right, you're again looking at the engine section of the SLS core stage. You got a really nice view of 2 out of the 4 solid rocket boosters, which will perform a gimbal test before they are ignited about 6 seconds before liftoff. Interesting note about the right booster, the 2 solid, right of the 2 solids. It contains components from STS-49 and STS-134, which happen to have been the first and final flights of the Space Shuttle Orbiter Endeavour, now supporting the Artemis II mission. Now an executive with Northrop Grumman, the prime manufacturer behind these solid rocket boosters. The right 5-segment solid booster, the cylinder number 19 and the aft skirt number 29 here on the right booster helped support the flights of former NASA astronaut, now with Northrop Grumman, Doug Hurley, on his first space shuttle mission. That was STS-127. Of course, Doug Hurley, one half of the duo that brought human spaceflight back to the United States, the pair that flew the Demo 2 mission, lifting off from Launch Complex 39A on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft.
OTC asked, MS1 ready for comm check.
OTC copied, that was MS1.
Affirm, MS1.
The MS1 OTC, comm checks Orion Earth 1.
MS1 has you loud and clear on OE1.
Welcome, ma'am.
And MS1, NTD on Orion Earth 1 for comm check.
NTD MS1 has you loud and clear.
And I have you loud and clear as well, and we'll be talking to you a couple of times today for those pressure checks, as you know, so we'll get a hold of you when we need you there for that.
MS1?
And we were just hearing some ground to Orion communications there from a team in Mission Control, communicating with the flight crew on board the Orion spacecraft that they named Integrity. Of course, each crew that flies a spacecraft for the first time, it's tradition these days for them to name their vehicle, and the crew came up with the name Integrity for a variety of reasons, but one of the ones that we were told is that it's a good way.
Pilots ready for comm check.
OTC copies. Pilot OTC Orion Earth 1.
And OTC, pilot had you broken at the end of your transmission. Comm check on OE1.
Good comm. How me?
That transmission was better.
Copy all. Do I sound low?
That is a loud and clear comm check.
Copy all. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And PLT NTD on Orion to Earth 1 for comm check.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard. Go ahead.
CDR OTC Orion Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to shoot mode per EPROC 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config. Step 1.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config. Step 1. Going in work now. OTC, step 1 complete. Ready for comm checks.
OTC copies.
And CDR NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reid, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, Integrity crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And Integrity for the entire crew, comm check on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Good comm check by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2. And Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 2. Voice check for the entire crew.
Your initial word was broken, Stan. CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out. And CDR, NTD?
CDR.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
Listening to communications on the Earth to Orion loop. So you've been hearing...
CDR, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, steps 2 through 4. Going in work now.
The crew of the Artemis 4 mission have been going through countless simulations at the Johnson Space Center, preparing for this day to make sure that they have as comprehensive of a view of all of the various possibilities.
And CDR, NTD, we're also going to do a quick refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
When the Artemis 2 crew arrived at the Kennedy Space Center within the past week, our question was, as we can hear the NASA helicopter heading over, that's the additional sound in the background here. My question to the crew, and specifically to pilot Victor Glover, was concerning the final simulations that they did at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas before...
CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
With that refresh, and you got to go to proceed with your 10.1.1.
Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through 4.
Glover told us that they conducted a sim that encapsulated both the ascent as well as the reentry and splashdown. So the start and the end of the crew's mission were the last final formal simulations conducted at the Johnson Space Center.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
And as you just heard and are seeing on your screen, visors coming down in anticipation of the start of a suit leak check. Similar to what we saw in the ONC building, but now on board the Orion Integrity spacecraft.
OTC, all crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OTC.
And you just heard that most recent communication on the Earth to Orion loop that the suit leak checks have been complete. Team's continuing to step through the procedures towards the liftoff of the SLS rocket and Orion, currently L-minus 3 hours, 16 minutes, 35 seconds and counting. One of the next big milestones coming up, of course, is the process of closing the crew module side hatch.
OTC asked, CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag-on camera.
OTC.
And you just heard a call out for one of the final big steps before they go ahead and close that side hatch, which is doing a visual sweep to make sure that there isn't anything out of place. They, of course, have spent the time that they've been here at the White Room
and
before.
CDR or NTD?
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Yeah.
That acronym you just heard, the NTD, that is the NASA test director, making a call that they're doing another sweep of the suit leak checks. Not entirely clear if that means they'll need to repeat the leak check or if they're just reviewing the data from that to make sure that they've got good pressure on all 4 of the crew member suits. From this angle, we can see the visor down on, I believe that's Jeremy, no, yeah, yes, that would be Jeremy Hansen. They're closest to the camera, the one whose helmet that you can fully see in this viewpoint.
OTC asked, HHP cameras 1 and 2 both set to record.
OTC copies.
We're just reviewing our handy seating chart to make sure that we're being accurate when we're identifying one crew member over the other. So in this orientation, on the bottom left, that is Jeremy Hansen. To his right, for us at the top of the frame, on the upper left-hand corner, that is Mission Specialist number 1, Christina Koch. Jeremy Hansen is designated Mission Specialist number 2. Above Jeremy is Reid Wiseman in the commander's seat, and you can just see his foot to his knee. That is Mission Pilot Victor Glover. We're currently at L-minus 3 hours, 13 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. Time now, L-minus 3 hours, 12 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. Local time here is 3:11 on the East Coast. You're continuing to watch Spaceflight Now, special live coverage of the pre-launch activities, hopefully leading up to, if all goes well, the flight of the vehicle at the pad Space Launch System rocket, the Orion spacecraft up top with its 4 crew members on board. And joining us now as we continue our thankfully robust cavalcade of special guests joining us is a seasoned reporter in the Space Beat, Elizabeth Howell, who has been stalwartly covering the Canadian Space Agency for many years, and we're glad you're bringing that expertise to us.
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
We appreciate you being here and glad you were able to come down for this launch. You've been covering Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen for pretty much the run of his career at this point, right?
I was actually in the room when he was named as an astronaut candidate in 2009, and it's funny to think about how far we've all come since then, right? It's a different program now, even, than it was in 2009.
Yeah, and you know, he's obviously a key member of this Artemis 2 crew. You were there for crew walkout within the last about an hour and a half or so. You mentioned before we started this conversation that you were joined alongside 2 other Canadian reporters, and he flagged you down to make sure he saw you. What was that moment like, you know, seeing this individual who you've known since he was named an astronaut?
So it's almost like a family member in the sense that we all in Canada, different communities, have been uniting behind Jeremy. Now, obviously, as a reporter, you do have that critical eye. I want to make sure that that's clear, but at the same time, we're all realizing that this is a culmination of his life experience to be finally able to go into space, and also all of his agency experience past the 17 years. So seeing him smiling and getting to finally experience that ultimate reward of going up there was phenomenal. It was like seeing somebody graduate into a new phase of their lives.
I love that. Graduating from his time on Earth to now beginning his time in space here in hopefully just a little more than 3 hours time. And it's hard to believe it's gone by so fast. It's been a whirlwind of a day for all of us here on this side of, you know, the cones and everything. You know, as we're getting down to it, obviously Jeremy is now on the pointy end of the rocket, but, you know, who's been here alongside him have been, you know, other Canadian astronauts, including Joshua Kutrick, who's preparing for his first flight to space, you know, bringing Canadians back to the International Space Station for a long duration mission for the first time in, you know, the better part of a decade.
Yes, that's right. It was 2018, 2019 when Davis Saint-Jacques flew up there. And we also can't forget Jenny Gibbons, the backup astronaut, right? I mean, she was part of the closeout crew, and she was training right alongside everybody up to the very bitter end. And
just listening to the nets just to make sure we're not stepping on over anything important. So if you see me pause for a little bit of a longer period, I'm not trying to be rude to our guest Elizabeth here, just making sure that we are keeping you, our dear audience, in the loop. You know, it's a busy time for Canada in this moment of transformation, you know, not just for Canada, but for NASA and the direction of the workforce and our moon aspirations as North America. Your reaction when you know, learned the news of the ignition event and the things that entailed, shifting away from Gateway and now focusing energies on the lunar surface?
Well, it wasn't entirely a surprise. It was in the air, even in Canada, so to speak, in the weeks beforehand. So I think that our industry had some time to think about what that would mean, along with obviously our government funding. And so we are famous, clearly, for the robotic arm, but we also do other things. We have space medicine, we have surface operations, and so the message to us, I suppose, is to be leaning harder into these other phases. Now, the robotics will still be there, I think. The base could have robotics on it for a number of things. So maybe we take the Canadarm3 and somehow it's repurposed. Don't know how yet, it's very early, but somehow in a few years we could put it on one of our lunar terrain rovers, one of our little cargo vehicles that are going to be supporting the Astronaut operations. That would be in the 2030s. But otherwise, maybe there are other things that we could be doing out there. And that's, I think, the conversation that's happening in Canada. Okay, we're all doing something different. What's that different going to be? What should we be trying to get together and to do?
Yeah, and given, of course, that the administrator for NASA has wanted to see us build to a cadence of crewed missions about every 6 months is the ultimate goal, sort of in the short to medium term. You know, but there will need to be a lot of robotic missions in between then and now to set the template and make sure that, you know, these large landers can land safely. And, you know, if you want to really build a robust human ecosystem on the moon, you have to land safely in proximity so it's not days away in an LTV to get from one spot to another. And I imagine Canada will want to have a big role in that.
We're going to have a big role in that, I'm sure, because we are watching, like everybody else around the world, and saying, okay, we see that the goal is to be delivering safely at a cadence, as they call it in the agency circles, right? How can we, as a small industry, come together, use our existing partnerships, our existing relationships to be delivering at that speed while still meeting all the mission requirements? And so I'm already starting to see it happen. You know, I'm talking to companies and they're already starting to have those conversations. And there's a bit of an excitement. I mean, there's obviously also a bit of a shift moment. They're still getting used to it like everybody else, but they're also saying there's an opportunity here. And we are used to being agile. We're small, we're a flexible country by nature. And so this is just the way that we're going to be flexing.
Bringing it back to Artemis 2 for a minute, one of the big milestones that's coming up early in the flight, as you know, but for the sake of our audience, is the proximity demonstration where the Orion spacecraft will move closer and further away from the upper stage of the Space Launch System rocket. As it's currently laid out right now, we'll see both Reid and Victor in the pilot and commander seats. They'll swap at a certain point. But Jeremy has a really important role. He's focused eyes out the window and eyes on the cameras to make sure, because they don't have the same type of proximity sensors that other spacecraft have, and so they're relying on your man to make sure that they stay safe in this regard.
Well, I would say rely on him, because he is a Royal Canadian Air Force colonel. And by the way, it's the birthday today of the RCAF, everybody who's listening, so happy birthday to them. But yeah, exactly.
What a coincidence.
What a coincidence. What a happy, let's light this candle, right? And so anyway, but all of which to say he has NORAD experience, and he also has a lot of mentorship experience. He's used to being that calm, eyes and ears and mission control. The number of spacewalks where he was doing the same thing is phenomenal. Let me give you one example. So the dark matter detector on the International Space Station was not, as you know, originally designed to have spacewalks. So what they did was they made a number of tools and a number of procedures to make this happen. Jeremy was part of that team. And also he was part of the Capcom team in mission control, walking everybody through how to be doing this. If you want good eyes and ears, that was even more complex, as I heard, than the Hubble Space Telescope. So I would trust this guy. I would trust him completely.
Well, and clearly there's a lot of trust between NASA and Jeremy. I mean, the fact that he was the first non-American to lead a NASA astronaut class with the 2017 Turtle Group.
Exactly. And that is a mentoring role as much as it is a scheduling role. And the way that he built those relationships within the agency, both agencies, I should say, Canadian and NASA, is extraordinary. And if you look even to the Canadian space policy circles, one thing to understand about Canada is we have overlapping circles. Everybody knows each other through different communities. And so what's interesting about Jeremy is that he's not only obviously well known in the military and well known as an astronaut, but in space policy, Justin Trudeau, our past prime minister, knew him and was, talking with him, or at least through immediate representatives to him. So a lot of people have really been following this journey. And as I'm going to be saying in a story soon, he has a heavy step. He has a heavy step as an astronaut. He's quiet, but he executes, and he really knows how to be voicing things in the right way, to be aligning everybody in the direction that needs to be done, even when it's fully operational, even when you got something that's dynamic that's going on. And so again, I trust him, to be doing what he needs to be doing up there.
Yeah, clearly, I don't know him as well as you. Had the privilege of speaking with him face to face in the run-up to the Starliner crew flight test when the crew was out here back in 2024, and he has this quiet certainty about him that you just see the smile on your face. You recognize immediately.
Immediately, yeah.
But a good sense of humor and a good head on his very tall shoulders.
Exactly. And what you see presented in the interviews is the way that he is as an individual. Even when the cameras turn off, he's the same person. I've spoken to people who knew him pre-astronaut days. He is the same person. So he very quickly was a farm boy in Ontario, grew up, joined the Air Cadets, which is our program to really help people learn how.
1 second, just to pause.
They did the CCD and hand controller contactor selects, so everything should be active for you.
We see the same on board, Jeff.
Sounds good.
And again, now that we are getting, or have been receiving auditorily the
I'm sorry, CDR disregarded. I'm on multi-cheer.
we are hearing those Earth to Orion communications, so we will be doing our level best to not step on those to make sure that you, our dear viewers, are able to listen along with us. And we want to make sure that we're not missing calls, so we're conveying that important information to you as it comes up. So apologies for abrupt and seemingly out of the blue breaks, but that will be the reason why from here to liftoff. Elizabeth, just to wrap up our conversation, when Jeremy's back on the ground and you have the chance to see him, I imagine give him a warm hug.
Yep.
What's going to be the first, thing that you want to ask him about? Maybe first as a space reporter, secondarily as someone who you call a friend at this point.
Well, I want to know what he feels different about. And to be honest, it may not be anything at all. As I said, he presents himself in very much the same way through his life. He's 50 now, and I think he was the same when he was 5, quite honestly, right? But I want to know if he's come back with some sort of a different understanding of space, even with all of his experience, even with all of his years, now that he has the lived experience, now that he's actually been up there, now that he's actually had the chance to look at that. And I mean, as a friend, I just want to ask how he's doing. Did you have fun up there? How was the food? Those types of questions.
And Joshua Kutrick, one of his fellow astronaut companions, basically said the same thing on this way out. Just, wish him good luck.
Yeah, wish him good luck. Exactly. Good luck, Jeremy.
Yeah. Elizabeth Howell, one of the best Canadian space reporters we know. We're glad to have your expertise here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
And of course, we're going to continue with our live coverage here with another special guest coming up in the next few moments, so don't go away. We're continuing to bring you these live pictures of what's going on in the closeout room, just here to my right-hand side on the screen. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of Artemis 2. Time is currently L minus 2 hours, 55 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. We're continuing to watch the closeout crew do their work here in the White Room at the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher as they prepare first to close the side hatch for the crew module, and the larger hatch that you can see taking up about a third of the screen there. That is the side hatch for the launch abort system, an important safety mechanism needed in the event that the crew needs to make an abort. But you can see here, looking down the barrel inside the launch abort system, that is the crew side hatch that was just in the process of being closed. And of course, they'll make sure they've got a good, correct
OTC
seal on that.
Orion Earth 1.
Go for MS1.
Yes, ma'am. Verify latch restraint indicator is position is arrow to arrow.
I see arrow to arrow.
Thank you.
And again, just as a reminder, we may pause our conversation intermittently here just to make sure we're trying to not step over the communications on the Earth to Orion loop. Won't be perfect necessarily, but we'll do our best. We'll want to introduce our next guest here. Of course, as we've been looking at the crew module here where the astronauts are ingressed or have ingressed into, and they're in the process of closing the hatch. This is just one piece of the Orion spacecraft. Down beneath it is where the power lies, the propulsion, as well as the life support system that will keep the crew above safe and secure throughout the course of their flight. And we are very fortunate to be joined at this point in our broadcast by Daniel Neuenschwander. Had it right the first time. Sorry. He's the Director of Human and Robotic Exploration at the European Space Agency. Daniel, thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. The weather's looking good. We've got astronauts on board, and we've got a really healthy European service module that's getting ready to support a crew for the first time. How are you feeling as the director of the program?
Excited and alert at the same time, meaning super excited because we are just writing a page of history of the human space flight adventure. And on the other side, very alert. I mean, we all know how complex such a launch is. We all know what is required at the launcher level, at the Orion level, at the service module level, for the crew on top of that. So alert, because we have to check all the parameters, but I can tell you that today, so far, it looks very, very good and very smooth. So huge kudos to all the teams who have brought us up to this point already.
And of course, one of the big first moments for the ESM is after separating from the ICPS, the upper stage, got to extend those solar panels, make sure you've got good power going into the service module. Yeah, how are you feeling about hitting those first few milestones, the deployment, the initial checkouts?
Well, liftoff is only the beginning of the whole adventure, and you rightly spotted to the first key milestone we have with the solar panels. This will be an important one. We've demonstrated it on Artemis 1 quite successfully, so we are confident that we are on a good path for this second attempt. But what comes afterwards is even more important, because afterwards we will have also proximity operations, and you know, this will put our service module at first glance in all dimensions. We have 33 engines on this service module, an important engine for the translunar injection, which comes later on after 25 hours. But we have also 8 auxiliary engines and 24 smaller engines for attitude control. And for these proximity operations, where the crew will fly by themselves the Orion and do this operation which the ICPS, will be a unique opportunity for our service module to really get fully qualified. So we are very excited to see this ahead of us.
And I'm sure you've had plenty of opportunities to talk with Reid and Victor, the seasoned test pilots who are going to be taking the stick and really putting the European service module through its paces in those 6 degrees of freedom.
Of course, the crew is an amazing crew. They have been trained. They are really ready for that. This is no doubt about the incredible capabilities of this crew. I had even a personal experience which was amazing. I could even be in the simulator down in Houston and simulate these type of activities. And you realize how complex it is. I'm a former pilot, so I have a little bit of experience in working in simulators, but this is definitely another dimension. So really head down to the crew for this proximity operations.
If you had the ability to hop in that seat, would you want to pilot the spacecraft yourself?
If I get the opportunity, I go right away. Can we end the interview and let me go?
I think we can make that happen. Yeah, just pull Victor off. We got someone else coming up to bat. And that proximity demonstration, as you mentioned, is so important not only for this first mission, but it lays the groundwork for everything that comes after with proximity to the crew landers, first on the Artemis 3 mission in low Earth orbit, and then eventually, that big moment when it got to get Orion in position with the lander for that first landing moment. What pieces are you most watching for and looking to hear back from the crew as far as how that performance handles?
Well, there are a number of dimensions. If you look to the crew, I think we need to get this experience because all these docking elements between Orion and the human landing system, I'm not saying now which one, but this will be an absolutely crucial phase for the Artemis program. And we just heard now from NASA about the pace they intend to bring in the Artemis program, which I think is amazing. It's a huge opportunity, but a lot has to go really smooth in operations in order to hit that. So this is a crucial phase, and we need to get trained for that, and we need to have this to give robustness to the program as such. Then this is for the crew and the operations for coming in next missions. From a pure service module, and you will allow me to go back to this one.
Please.
For us, first of all, it's just wonderful to have intervened engineering. You really have to work as a team end to end. Every piece has to work perfectly together. We are part of this adventure, but we want to deliver and we want to perform and we want even to overperform. And we overperformed on Artemis 1 because we overperformed by 20% all the requirements we had for our service module, but we want to continue on that. We're not going now to stop at this level. We want to continue, and we want to bring it at each mission an additional element. And we are excited to be part of this adventure.
And, talk about the ESA member states, if you would, that have been, so integral into bringing this together, because it's not one nation that makes the European Service Module. It's the collection that, brings together this critical piece of, Artemis 2 and beyond architecture.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for highlighting that, because this is also the way we work at the European Space Agency. We have programs, and the states can bring their best capabilities to each. They choose on their own to which program they participate or not. And in exploration, we have a broad set of activities. In the service module, in the ESM, the European Service Module, we have 13 states working in it. Of course, industry, but from 100 companies, roughly. Coming from 13 states plus the US, by the way. We have also supplied from the US. And if you go to now the part on our side of the Atlantic, if I may, the leadership is coming from Airbus Space and Defense in Bremen, Germany, who does the integration of it. But the structure is prepared by Thales in Italy. We have a strong participation of France and also of smaller countries like Switzerland, my home country, by the way, which is quite importantly represented industrially also in this program. And with that, 13 states plus the US, it's a big industrial consortium, again bringing, as I mentioned, 100 companies together, working on one target to perform at the right moment in time. I think that's amazing.
And you mentioned keeping the pace with what the NASA administrator laid out for the world, for the moon base. The fourth ESM is already here in Florida. The pace from all the European member states and delivering that has seemed like it's overshooting, as you mentioned, which is the goal for all of you in delivering the ESM as part of the Orion spacecraft. How are things going with production on ESM number 5?
It's going on. I saw it recently in integration in Bremen in the facilities of Airbus. And by the way, next to it was already number 6. Wow. So I think we can say we deliver. We deliver, and thanks for saying it. We handed over already ESM 3 to NASA. 4 is here at Kennedy Space Center. 5 is in integration, 6 is in integration, and we are ready to continue this adventure.
And of course, this isn't the only part of your role as the director in your area of ESA. What else are you looking at in the rest of 2026? I imagine, I mean, we're just sitting here on April 1st. It's there's a lot of year to go. What's on your docket that you're watching coming down the pipeline?
I hope you have another 24 hours, but to keep it short, at the moment we speak, we have Crew 12 who launched a couple of weeks from here, here behind us. We have a European astronaut, Sophia No, who is on the station right now. Our participation to the International Space Station is very important. We are developing our own cargo vehicle. We are preparing the phase post-ISS. So LEO is a very important element to develop also an orbital economy, which is a point which is discussed right now in these days, what this orbital economy looks like. But we definitely want to be part of it. Then comes the moon. And on the moon, there is so much to do. I mean, with the announcement last week by Jared Isaacman, but also combined with our own European objectives, we have a number of key projects. One is Argonaut, that we have our own capability to land, and there will be a huge demand in terms of logistics. So we will need landers from all over the place to bring stuff to the lunar South Pole. Command navs will be fundamental. You need also to characterize the environment. We have remote sensing capabilities, scientific capabilities. What will be truly important will be how we are going to share the data among the international partners and how we are going to share the knowledge to become fully interoperable on this lunar base. So we are going to work on that. We have surface mobility topics on which we are working. Habitats are coming up. So there is really a lot of stuff on the lunar South Pole which is under preparation, let me put it this way. And then Mars. I'm truly excited that we have Rosalind Franklin, you know, ExoMars, Rosalind Franklin, our lander, which is expected to lift off in autumn 2028. It will be the first opportunity to drill 2 meters under the surface of Mars, which will give us the opportunity to detect agents of life. We are leading this mission. We are thankful that the US are participating to it. We receive from NASA the aerobraking engines. The launch service will be provided by NASA, procured by NASA to be a bit more exact. Lightweight RHUs and a scientific payload called MoMA. So it's also here an example of good transatlantic cooperation.
Wrapping up our conversation, just because I know you've got a lot of other people that are wanting to talk to you today, bringing things back to the European service module on this spacecraft here, what is one thing that you would say is overlooked in your book about the ESM that you feel like people should know about as we're getting ready to watch it do its magic?
Just remember, there's no US astronaut or any international astronaut flying back to the moon without our powerhouse.
That's a great place to leave it. Daniel, thank you so much for your time, sir. Really appreciate you.
Likewise.
And of course, we've got a lot more coming down the road here as we continue to watch the work of the closeout crew inside the White Room. Continue to follow their progress as the launch abort system side hatch will be the next to close, getting closer and closer to what will hopefully be the liftoff and the beginning of the journey for Artemis 2. And our thanks again to the European Space Agency and to Daniel Neuenschwander, the Director of Human and Robotic Exploration at the European Space Agency. As we continue to watch the progress of the Artemis 2 mission here, currently at L- 2 hours, 39 minutes, 8 seconds and counting, want to thank some of you for your support today. We cannot do this big multi-hour, full-day live launch coverage without the support of all of you out in our audience. So big thanks to the 42,000 plus of you who are watching along with us live today. Big thanks to our friend Chuck Briggs for gifting 50 Spaceflight Now memberships, really helping to grow the community. So for those of you who were gifted memberships, if you haven't already, be sure to thank Chuck in the live chat. I also want to welcome in a whole host of new channel members that have joined throughout the course of the coverage so far today. Welcome aboard to Dolly Zafran, Bon, Robert A. Barr, Cobalt Dubine, Super Tech Boy, Batsby B, SoFlo Mike, Space Mom 123, and Brenda Conway. All of those except for Cobalt Dubine joining at the pad leader level, Cobalt Dubine joining at the mission specialist level. A few more pad leader members hopping aboard: Karen Johnson, G. Horton, and Roger Barker, all joining at the pad leader level as well. So welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. As a reminder, channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, which is shop.spaceflightnow.com, access to member-only videos here on YouTube, access to our members-only Discord server, and of course the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here in Florida in 4K, which include, of course, the forthcoming launch of Artemis 2, assuming a good continuation of the countdown towards liftoff. I also want to thank channel member Sikandar for being a member with us now for 23 months at the mission specialist level. Welcome aboard to Big Laugh a Lot, joining at the spacecraft commander level. And just a side note, we want to give a big shout out to all of you who are able to subscribe and join with membership at the higher member levels. That allows us to keep our entry level price at the place where it is, to allow a greater number of folks to join in with member benefits. You can also support our coverage today by using the YouTube Super Chat feature, and we want to thank those of you who have already. And you can write in a message, and if it's appropriate, we'd love to make you part of the broadcast here. So thanks to Tibu Bogdan, apologies if I just botched that, who sent in a £2 super chat saying, last time I was in Orlando, joining us from Cork, Ireland. I have very fond memories of Cork, Ireland. I actually studied abroad there back when I was a college student. Spent about 3 months at the University of College Cork. So hopefully all of the folks joining from Ireland, and a special shout out to County Cork. I also want to thank Jackson Donovan for the $2 super chat. Thank you. And for the $1 super chat to follow. Adam Dees, thank you for the $2 super chat. Also want to thank Diane for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Diane. Thanks to G. Horton for the $1 super chat. Really appreciate you. Welcoming in a couple other channel members, Keith Rushton Jr. and Sleepwell Beth joining us at the pad leader level, and Schloss66 checking in with us at the spacecraft commander level. Time on the clock currently L-2 hours, 34 minutes, 50 seconds. Where we are in the count is the crew working through hatch closure preps and the closure of the hatch, making sure there's a good seal on the crew module. That's still in work. Slated to begin on the timeline published by NASA 2:44 p.m. Eastern, lasting about 30 minutes in duration. As they go through the final checks before beginning to work on the launch abort system side hatch. That will begin to close at around 4:44, so we're a little under an hour away from that piece of the closeout procedures getting underway. As we continue to watch this closeout work here at the pad, taking external views of the rocket in a wide shot there on the left-hand side, a view from one of the cameras on board the Sorry about that, a little visual tease to what is coming ahead. As we're continuing to watch the process of the crew module hatch being closed and preparations for the launch abort system side hatch, let's go ahead and introduce you to the rest of the Artemis II crew members. We showed you the background and the road to his role here for Commander Reid Wiseman. Successively, you will hear and see the stories of pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Koch, followed by mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. Sitting in the pilot's seat in the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Born in Pomona, California, Glover entered public service through the U.S. Navy. He completed a space system certificate at the Naval Postgraduate School on his way to being designated as a test pilot in 2007. He currently holds the rank of captain in the U.S. Navy. In a virtual address to other sailors in 2021, Glover described his journey to becoming an engineer.
I graduated from Ontario High School, and all along the way, I always had a very supportive family, and I was very fortunate to have teachers like Mr. Hargrove, who was my 5th grade science teacher at Allison Elementary School, who told me that if I studied hard and focused, that I could make a great engineer one day. And back then in 5th grade, I did not know what an engineer was. I actually thought that meant you drove trains. But his belief in me to this day is one of the reasons that I had gone on and pursued a career in science and technology.
Glover began his space career when he was selected as part of NASA's 21st astronaut class in 2013, nicknamed the 8 Balls. Coincidentally, he was training alongside his fellow future Artemis II crewmate, Christina Koch. After finishing astronaut candidate training in 2015,
introducing NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
Glover was tapped in 2018 to fly as the pilot of the Crew 1 mission, the first post-certification flight of a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. He made history as the first African-American astronaut to serve on a long-duration space mission.
The fact that this is the first means it's the beginning of a time where little kids are going to just know that people of all colors have gone to the space station and contributed. And so the fact that this is the beginning of that just becoming normal, that is the most important aspect.
During his 168 days in space, Glover completed 4 spacewalks in addition to the rest of his work. After returning to Earth, Glover spent some time as the Human Landing System crew representative for the Astronaut Office.
Your Artemis II pilot, Victor Glover.
He was then named the pilot of the Artemis II mission in 2023. While he says he was thrilled to be part of this historic mission, he added during a visit to the Kennedy Space Center in December 2024 that their primary job is working towards the future of the Artemis program.
We have known that we are a finite right now part of a long thing that we can't wait to hand off to the next, right? We've been using that relay race analogy from the very beginning, and we truly feel that. That's core to our ethos. So when we're in training, we don't just sit through it and then get done to move on to the next. We stop, and sometimes the questions we ask are because we know they're going to teach this again to the next crew. We are thinking about the long trajectory, the long arc of this program. And so how does it impacts everything we do. When we're in testing, we're not just asking, is this good enough for Artemis II? Our mission is going to be about 10 days. These missions can become 30 to 45-day missions when you add, and a week of that at the dark south pole of the moon, of our moon. You're going to live in darkness like twilight for a week. Have you thought about that? That's a tough emotional thing that we're going to put a crew into. So we want to make sure we know everything we can about this vehicle and this configuration so that we can hand off the best set of capabilities and hardware and software to that next crew.
As the first crew who will fly on board an Orion spacecraft, Glover had a hand in naming this vehicle, as he did with naming the Crew Dragon he flew on the Crew 1 mission. He pulled from his naval experience when he and the rest of the crew named their Orion spacecraft Integrity.
We had a lot of talk about the heat shield, and so in the Navy, I'm a naval officer, and when you say hull integrity, you're talking about, hey, this ship is watertight. It's going to keep you safe. And that spaceship has to be watertight. It has to be airtight. And I just think it means a lot. It means we have trust in that system and all of the teams that have put it together, and we have trust in each other to fly it, and we have trust in our agency to make sure that, like Amit said, we go, but we get home safe.
Glover's mentality throughout his career is to be a lifelong student. Nowhere is that more evident than in his journey of preparation for the Artemis II mission.
Reid and I were in the sim just doing some sandboxing, like looking at failure modes, and like nobody made us do this. We asked to get the sim and the operators and then a few specialists, and we said, hey, there's this area that we just need to try stuff out. And they learned stuff, and we learned stuff. And that was a high point. That is one of the coolest moments we've had in this journey, in my opinion.
But amid the highs and lows of training for this adventure, Glover told us that one of his biggest goals is to maintain a sense of focus on the work that lies ahead.
Excitement, for example, is something I get asked about a lot, and I don't let that out often. I think it can become a distraction, or it's a long story. I won't share it with you now, but I can tell you this. Having walked out to 39A and saw a Falcon with a Dragon sitting on top of it, there was I'd say 300 milliseconds where I thought, I'd just be embarrassed if I walked out of this and said, I'm not doing this, that's crazy. But then I stood there in awe that, wow, we're actually about to go fly that thing. And then when they got to 10, 9, it was like, oh no, we're gonna fly it now. And so I actually look forward to that, even though I am focused. I'm glad you started with that. I am focused. I'm not excited. I'm focused, but I look forward to a moment like that with that beast.
One of the two mission specialists on the Artemis II mission is NASA astronaut Christina Koch. A highly accomplished astronaut, Koch was named as one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020 and holds the record for the longest single spaceflight by a female astronaut.
For me, there's never really been a time when I didn't want to be an astronaut. Going back as far as I can remember, it's what I always dreamed of. I think the spark was really lit when I visited Kennedy Space Center with my family and came home with a bunch of posters that then went up on the walls of my bedroom and became the things that I dreamed of from then on.
Before her time with NASA began, the Grand Rapids, Michigan native earned degrees in electrical engineering and physics from North Carolina State University and did advanced study at the Goddard Space Flight Center.
I've spent about 3.5 years of my life either in the Arctic or Antarctic, and I like it because it's on the frontiers of the planet. People haven't spent much time there, and you have to really work hard to survive there in many ways, both mentally and physically. and there's always something to learn, there's always something to explore.
Koch's next adventure was becoming one of 8 people chosen out of 6,300 applications who was selected as a member of the 2013 astronaut class, nicknamed the 8 Balls. She was picked alongside her future Artemis II crewmate, Victor Glover.
Whereas a lot of people sort of mid-career are settling into a path and becoming used to it. In our training, we've had to completely get off of the path we've been on and learn completely new things.
Koch put her training to work when she was chosen to fly on board the Soyuz MS-12 spacecraft alongside Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexei Ovchinin and NASA astronaut and fellow member of the 8 Balls, Nick Hague. Koch spent nearly a year in space, conducting dozens of science experiments and technology demonstrations on board the International Space Station. Her time on station spanned expeditions 59, 60, and 61. In that time, she completed 6 spacewalks, giving her more than 42 hours of spacewalking time. Half of those included the first all-female spacewalks in the history of human spaceflight, performed alongside NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
Seeing women in doing awesome work in positions in engineering and science and fulfilling all of their dreams, it truly inspired me. And so it's part of paying homage to those people that paved the way for us to be where we are today, as well as inspiring the future. I do think examples matter, and so it's important that people just see that it's normal for people of all shapes, sizes, genders to be able to fulfill the dreams that they have.
Koch's 328 days in space sent a record for the longest single spaceflight by a female astronaut. She officially claimed the record on flight day 289, passing the record previously held by Peggy Whitson.
Peggy has been a mentor and a heroine of mine for many, many years. She always stepped in and helped our class through tough times and challenges when we were in our training program. And so I hope that me being up here and giving my best every day is a way for me to say thank you to people like her who not only paved the way through their examples, but actively reached out to make sure that we could be successful as well.
Fast forward a few years, and in 2023,
your mission specialist, Christina Koch.
Koch was selected for the Artemis II mission alongside fellow NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman and Victor Glover, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
These other astronauts have an amazing history, amazing record, amazing experience, and they're great people. I've known them all for many, many years. I've had a chance to work with them in different capacities, and I think our skills really complement each other. They all have a military background, and I come from a more raw technical engineering background, and I think that that complements one another really well. I think we'll work together great, and I hope to be someone on the crew that really is that engineering expert, and I hope that that can be the way that I contribute the most.
Koch says she's pulling from all of her past experiences to apply to the Artemis II mission, making sure she takes things one step at a time and executing to her fullest ability.
We talk a lot about what we're expecting on this mission, and one thing we've been trained to do is to not necessarily have too many expectations, but the only thing I actually am expecting to do is to do my best in every minute. We might not get to that point on this mission, and we will still make the most of it. But if we do, it will be a special moment. I think that that'll be the moment where we look around and we say, okay, it's our time now. The next 6 days going to and coming back from the moon are our time up here. Even if we were to have to do one of the U-turn burns, that's still a possibility. At that point, we are pretty bought in, and we are executing this mission in front of us no matter what. So I think it will be special. I think that we will not let any guard down, mainly because we all see that focus from every minute is going to be the most important thing. We're never taking a sigh of relief. We're never stepping back. We're bringing everything into this consolidated moment of performing in our time. And that's just a phrase that kind of comes to me for that moment. If we get there, is this is our time.
The first non-American to fly on a mission to the moon is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Spend any amount of time with him and you can most certainly appreciate his dry sense of humor.
Yeah, Canada did get more than its fair share of the volume on this mission by assigning me to this. And I've heard it acknowledged many times, so I'm getting a little bit conscious about my size.
Pump Bravo, auto center.
Towering at more than 6 feet tall, Hansen's journey to the Orion spacecraft and his first mission to space began when he was a kid.
I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario, and for some reason I was interested in aviation as a young child, and I specifically remember opening up Encyclopedia A, which was a book before we had the internet, and looking in there for airplanes, but coming across Armstrong, Neil Armstrong, the first human to walk on the moon, and a picture of a human standing on the moon, and it still burnt. That page is still burnt in my brain. And from there on forward, I changed my treehouse into a rocket ship. I had dials, I had gauges, I was going on space missions. I've been inspired by space exploration from an early age, and so this really is full circle for me. It's kind of where it began, going back to the moon.
Growing up on that farm in Ontario, Canada, in 1988, 12-year-old Jeremy joined the 614 Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron and earned his Air Cadet glider pilot wings 4 years later. By 17 years old, he had his private pilot's license and was accepted into the Royal Military College, St. John. By 1999, he graduated with a degree in honors space science from the Royal Military College of Canada in Kingston, Ontario.
After finishing my bachelor's degree, there was a delay in pilot training, so I decided to stay at the college and pursue a master's degree, which really was excellent timing for me. And I was able to finish that before I moved on to pilot training. I received my military wings, and then I asked to be a fighter jet pilot. And so I moved to Cold Lake, Alberta, and started training on the CF-18. All of my fighter pilot career was actually spent in Cold Lake.
Hansen's next big leap in life was being selected in 2009 as one of 2 new recruits to join the Canadian Astronaut Recruitment Campaign. He trained as part of NASA's 2009 astronaut class, nicknamed the Chumps. Among those classmates, future Artemis II crewmate Reid Wiseman. After graduating from astronaut training in 2011, Hansen began working as a Capcom in Mission Control Center Houston, one of the voices between the ground and the International Space Station.
Cool heads prevailed, and your preparation really showed. So nice work to both of you, and a debt of gratitude from the whole team.
Hansen's leadership skills continued to foster when, in 2013, he served as the commander for an underground training exercise organized by the European Space Agency called CAVES.
This expedition for us is very similar to life on the International Space Station because we're doing science in this cave on behalf of scientists who aren't here. And on Space Station, the exact same thing happens.
Hansen went on to participate in an underwater expedition called Nemo 19 in 2014, and then became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. That was the 2017 astronaut class named the Turtles.
An F-18 pilot and a Canadian astronaut. Your mission specialist, Jeremy Hansen.
Perhaps the biggest moment in his career so far, though, was being selected for his first spaceflight, Artemis II. Like his colleagues on the mission, Hansen recognizes the importance of this mission in the overall Artemis architecture.
We're very clear on our mission. We are just a stepping stone on taking humanity back to the surface of the moon. So what we're, as a crew, most looking forward to is executing successfully to set up our future colleagues for success so they can go back and take humanity to the surface of the moon. So that's really important to us, and we try to filter everything we're doing through that lens. You know, what can we do with this mission to make it better for the future missions? We think a lot about that, and even if it doesn't specifically apply to our mission, we're trying to put ourselves in the shoes of the future crews. So that's super important that we have that approach as a team. How do we buy down risk and get ready for these future missions? Me personally, Jeremy Hansen, I've never left planet Earth. I'm excited to do that. I'm really excited to see the moon up close. I'm super excited to view the Earth. It's so obvious to me that my colleagues that have been to space, it really had just profound impact on them. It's a beautiful experience. I think it's a real privilege as a human to have that opportunity. I'm looking forward to just looking out the window a little bit.
Artemis II marks the first time that humans will leave low Earth orbit since Apollo 17 in 1972. It's also the first time that a non-American will venture into deep space.
And to my fellow Canadians, you should also be extraordinarily proud that we are represented in the Artemis program. And it wasn't a gift, you earned it. For over decades now, you have responded to that call, to that opportunity with a can-do attitude, and you have used strategic investments, and you have innovated and created things like Canadarm and many other examples that have put us in this position where we can earn our place on the global stage. And that's extraordinary. That is our can-do attitude.
The mission itself is roughly 10 days long upon leaving the planet, but Hansen and his colleagues believe Artemis 2 can be more powerful than just a week and a half on a calendar.
When I think about the four of us flying around the far side of the moon, coming around, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. I just imagine when that is going to be like. And we know that Artemis 2 is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people. And you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals and we work together to achieve them.
And CDR OTC Orion Earth 1.
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
CDR OTC Orion Earth 1.
Go ahead.
Cabin leak check complete. The cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
We're at L minus 2 hours, 6 minutes and counting.
Well, Megan, we were a little...
And NASA jumping in there on our clean audio feed. Will is taking a short break, but we'll be back very shortly with more interviews. As you can see in this view, looking from the vehicle assembly building, conditions look quite good, but when you look the other way towards the west, there are clouds bubbling up that could present a problem for the launch weather officer when it comes to making the go, no-go call on the weather. Inside the White Room, the inner door of the Orion capsule is closed. The outer door that forms part of the shroud that protects the capsule in the event the abort system is brought into play. That door is still open. You can see that over the shoulder of the closeout team member with the number 3 on his back.
time is currently L-1 hour 52 minutes and counting to the opening of the 2-hour window, the beginning of the voyage for the Artemis II crew that are safely inside the Orion capsule. As we speak, you can see flight closeout crew member number 1 just passed off frame to the right. We've got flight closeout crew member on the left-hand side of your screen. They are busily preparing those side hatches to be safely closed and make sure they've got a good seal on both the crew module side hatch, and up next, of course, is what we're seeing here is the launch abort system side hatch, an important safety mechanism in the highly unlikely event that the crew would need to conduct a pad abort system beginning about T-minus 5 minutes is when they have that capability available to them through a good chunk of the ascent. As we're continuing on with our live coverage here at Spaceflight Now, we've been very fortunate to be joined by a host of wonderful guests that you've seen throughout the course of our broadcast today. And why would we stop the fun now when we're just about to get to the action? We're talking about the Orion spacecraft, so why not bring in the Deputy Program Manager for the Orion spacecraft from Lockheed Martin, Paul Anderson. Thank you for joining us here at Spaceflight.
Thank you so much for having me. It is such an exciting day, and I'm honored to be here and just get the opportunity to represent literally thousands of men and women across the country and across Europe who have supported the build, the design, everything that has gone into what you're seeing today that's culminating in this amazing launch. It's going to occur in less than 2 hours, the Artemis I mission. So thank you for having me, and I'm super excited to be here. Thank you.
Very happy to have you, and yes, we're all eagerly hoping that there's just an hour and 50 minutes remaining before the liftoff, and we don't have to eat into the window, because I know I've talked to a bunch of my friends and colleagues who were very excited to see Artemis I launch at night. It was a brilliant night launch, but you got to see the thing during the daytime if you can, right?
That's absolutely true. And the other thing that's really a blessing today, the weather has been gorgeous. So again, you probably were here for the first opportunity.
Knock on wood for the
100
weather.
degrees, and this would have been really rough, but it is just a beautiful day here in Florida, and we could not be more prepared, could not be more excited. And as folks are watching the coverage, just keep in thought not only the crew safety. We're super focused on making sure that their safety is there, but also on all the men and women who supported this over the years. It's been a historic endeavor, an incredible amount of effort to get to this point, and we're just thrilled to be here today.
Well, and you've been with the Orion program throughout the great majority of its life, through concept, inception, transformation to where we're seeing, the launch of Artemis I back in November 2022, Artemis II at the pad right now. Yep. Having had the breadth of experience you've had with the spacecraft, what's it like now to be at this point in time when you've got humans on that vehicle?
From a personal standpoint, I would just say that, any endeavor that we take on in life, I mean, it takes patience, it takes, ups and downs, all of this. This is the ultimate. I mean, for folks who have actually worked this, some folks go back almost 2 decades in the early concepts. I actually go back to 2009 when I first heard about the Orion program and got to, I was the avionics manager and power manager back in the day, and to do this, I played college basketball, and I'd like to say that I equate it to having to practice for like 17 years and finally having a game. But I tell you right now, we are prepared. The team has never been more prepared, and we are super excited to see this go. And for me personally, it's the culmination of literally 4 decades of work. Previous things, focused on some of the planetary missions, but it is all folded into the technology and the emphasis on safety and redundancy that you're seeing in the Orion system. So personally, it is just an absolute lifetime highlight, and I'm just so happy to be here today.
Well, and picking up on the basketball analogy, as a Sacramento Kings fan myself, you got to play a lot of scrimmage, a lot of pickup ball to make sure you're in good shape for when it counts.
Yes, and it is a matter of not just obviously the crew. They've been in training for this over the last couple of years, significant amounts, not just with the actual Flight Orion capsule, but all of the displays and controls work that's been done in Houston, all of the ITL, Integrated Test Lab activities that are done at Lockheed in Denver. they have visited literally hundreds of facilities across the country to learn more about those components. And so their training, their preparedness,
and MS1,
everything couldn't be higher, as well as obviously the flight operations team of NASA, and then all of the MER team, all of the engineering support
ready
that
for
is
another
really
reading on
across the country and across the world, supporting this flight minute to minute, all the way not up just till launch, but throughout the 10-day mission until the moment we splash down on day 10.
And before we continue our conversation, there's some Earth-to-ground communication, so I want to make sure that we can let our viewers hear this. We'll just pause and we'll be right back. Just to address the Earth to Orion correction on NASA TV, one of the latest updates is the range is working a flight termination system issue. We're still waiting to learn a little bit more information about that, but this is on the eastern range side, so we'll continue to monitor that, put a pin in that. We'll revisit it as we get more information. So the count is continuing on, the clock's still moving forward, so potentially may not be anything to be overly concerned about, but just want to make sure that you, our dear viewers, are kept in the loop about the changes that are coming up, and if there is something to address, we'll, not over sensationalize, but want to make sure that you are kept apprised of what is going on in real time as much as possible. But picking things up with Paul here from Lockheed Martin. For those of you just joining us, the Deputy Program Manager for the Orion spacecraft. Looking at these live pictures here, you're seeing the closeout crew. There's Andre Douglas, one of the backup crew members for this mission. Walk us through the moment that we're seeing right here, the work that has to go into closing those two side hatches.
Exactly.
Is something that, Charlie Blackwell Thompson mentioned she wanted to give this closeout crew as many reps as possible, because you can just tell by looking at the machinery here, this is not a simple, closing the side door on your house and then you're good to go, lock it and you're on your way.
No, in fact, I've had folks say, well, why can't you just close your, why doesn't it like closing a refrigerator? Well, there are many reasons. And again, the intricacies of closing, there are actually two hatch systems that are getting closed here. And folks are right now, they're working on preparing the crew module hatch, the CM hatch, for closure. And then there is another hatch on the launch abort system. And both of them have to be able to work in tandem in the case of an emergency. And so the design intricacies, the ability of the crew to get out rapidly if there is an emergency, really is fundamental to the design of these. And so pressurizations have to be just right between where the outside of the crew module is and the inside of the crew module under all circumstances. And so we have actually ground support equipment to make sure that we are maintaining that pressure difference. The crew knows exactly where to push on these hatches to get them closed safely. And again, the practice that they've been able to do, it's been so amazing. They've been able to not only do this as part of the, I'll say normal operations as we're working Orion, but also during a couple of wet dress rehearsals. The closeout crew has done this actual event. And by the way, they've actually improved the timing for doing all these closeouts significantly and leading to this day. And so exactly as you described, we have a lot of different operations they're very intricate that these folks are extremely trained in, including things like putting in closeout plugs. And then once we get the hatches closed, they're small thermal protection plugs that get inserted. They have to be done just right, just in the right order, just with the right torque, and the crew is extremely well trained to do this today.
And we know that the flight crew that are currently inside the crew module also, like you mentioned, have training on if they need to make a quick exit out of the Orion spacecraft, if, you know, heaven forbid there were to be an emergency and they need to get quickly to the egress system. Christina Koch is the crew member closest to the hatch, so she would take the lead on that, right?
That is correct. And there's a number of different abilities for the folks to open the hatch. The crew, if there is an emergency, has the ability to, in simple terms, pull a handle. That would there would be I'll say a small explosive initiation that initiates the sequence, and they're able to get out very quickly. And so once that occurs, both the crew module hatch and the launch abort system hatch will open in tandem. We've done a number of tests to make sure we can do that correctly in tandem. Crew can rapidly exit and get to the emergency escape system, if necessary, up on the mobile launch tower. So they've practiced that routine many times, and again, having that level of rigor, having that level of, I'll say, ability and safety is really what made the hatches more difficult than a refrigerator. So, and it's a long answer, but it's really a fantastic technological invention when you see this system.
Well, we're a long-form type of publication, so we don't mind a long answer here. You know, we're right now within 2 hours of the planned liftoff at the opening of the window. This is just the beginning of the journey. Once you separate from the ICPS, then it's really go time for Orion, starting with the perigee raise burn. We've got an important apogee raise burn after that. You know, we've seen good performance from the ESM and the crew module for Artemis 1. How are you feeling going into these first initial burns, and you know, what are you watching for from the performance of the main engine, the RCS thrusters, and additional burners?
Yeah, we have obviously, as you said previously, we have demonstrated all of these propulsion systems previously on Artemis 1. So this is not a new radio to go do, and that is not necessarily a new demonstration for this. One thing you did not mention is the proximity operations.
I was building to that, but I'll let you
okay, well,
jump off from there.
I'll answer that here in a little bit. But again, getting successfully into orbit, doing the burns that you described, the periapsis raise and the apoapsis raise, and then after 24 hours to do the translunar injection burn, you're testing the same systems that we have before. All of the same engines. The ICPS flew also on Artemis 1. We have high confidence in that. And then, of course, the Orion system, and then going to TLI with the OMS engine. And actually, we can probably show folks that.
Got a little model here, Stephen, if you want to go to the wide shot or my single cam here.
Yeah, and approximately 24 hours after launch, what folks are going to hear about is a thing called TLI, translunar injection. And that is where we commit the crew module and the crew to the moon, the main engine that's on the aft end. Again, this is actually heritage engines. You asked about, you know, confidence. These physical engines flew on the space shuttle, and it's part of the strategy and the whole reuse for the Orion system. So this engine has actually been flown on shuttle previously. And so once this main engine burns, we have committed to go to a free return trajectory around the moon. And oh, by the way, we do have redundancy, you know, in case there was something that would happen with the engine where it would maybe shut down prematurely. You see all of these silver engines, all of these auxiliary engines that we've also tested, they can pick up the load. In other words, we can still get into lunar orbit and or even do an abort in the case there is some kind of an issue with the engine. So again, this system is designed for redundancy. It is designed for crew safety. These things have been proven not just on Artemis 1, but also in all of the ground testing, the qualification, and we have high confidence that this is going to be very successfully executed on Artemis 2.
And before we completely go away from using the model, since we have this wonderful 3D model here in our hands, when the crew perform the proximity demonstration with the ICPS, of course they will originally separate from it if it's moving away from it like this, but then they'll flip around and can you, I trust you to translate this better than I can, what the full range of the 6 degrees of motion testing that they will be doing.
You know, obviously not shown here would be the upper stage, the ICPS.
Yes.
And again, once that has done its job, it will be separated from the Orion, I'll call it the crew system at this point, the crew module and service module. And
here, I'll use my arm as the ICPS if you want to
all right.
call it that.
Will's got the ICPS. And so what you're going to see the crew do is do a couple of different demonstrations, just like you said. They're going to flip around and then get within a few hundred meters of the ICPS, they'll back off, and they'll actually be doing another, I would say, a side flyby, where they would come and and again, image and have cameras and be able to actually fly with the hand controllers, both the rotational hand controllers and the translational ones, up to a safe distance, I will say, of ICPS. And once that proximity demonstration is complete, obviously Orion will be going along its way. The ICPS will actually do a burn, a kind of a safety burn to make sure to back away, and then eventually does another burn to re-enter into the ocean. So that's a little bit of a very simple program management view of how this is going to occur. But really, the most exciting part is this is going to occur only 4 to 5 hours after launch, and we're all very, very anxious to see, and especially the crew, of how the Orion system performs, how it's going to be flown. And again, of course, what it's leading up to is very soon an Artemis 3 mission where we will be docking to an element or two, depending on how the mission ends up. And so this is great practice for them.
And when it does that side view, will it be looking down through the Orion stage adapter or looking back at the RL-10 engine?
Well, it's going to actually be doing a little of both, but it's going to actually be seeing the side of the ICPS.
Let's call this the stage adapter.
Yes. And you know, what they're going to be able to see in that field of view will be a little bit determined by all of the angular velocities and everything that occurs. But again, I am fully anticipating spectacular images that we're going to be getting from this demonstration. And it's going to be very exciting for all the viewers and all of us to see how Orion performed during that.
And kind of nice for the international partners to potentially get a nice Orion view of their CubeSats that are sitting in the stage adapter.
Yes, you mentioned the Europeans, again, as part of the, I'll say multi-nation effort to do this. European Space Agency has partnered with NASA to provide the European service module. Again, 10 countries, I think I mentioned before, are providing hardware. And so this is going to be a great moment. And again, we have flown the ESM previously with great success, but this is the real deal. This is sort of the real game that we were describing before with crew and how the performance of the system works. So we're super excited for all of that.
And a lot to follow along with this mission. Obviously, everyone is going to be looking forward to the safe return of the crew when they're back on the ground. But when you get the Orion spacecraft back and you're able to, really dig into the heart of the vehicle that returns with the crew module, for those unfamiliar, the European service module is disposed of, so that doesn't survive re-entry like the crew module does. What are you going to be looking for in the hardware's performance when you've had a chance to give it a good diagnosis?
No, absolutely. And I'll say that process really begins even before we hit entry interface and we do splashdown. Throughout the mission, we're collecting telemetry, we're collecting health and status of all the hardware, the performance of the software itself. And so as we go along the mission, if there are any non-conformances, we capture that. And so really, even before it physically hits, we're going to have a list of anything that may be unusual. This is a test flight, and we'll have an opportunity to assess and whether we feed forward to Artemis 3 or whether it's something that we can live with. Physically, once we land, we're going to obviously be doing a lot of inspections of the heat shield. That's key. We've all heard about that. That's going to be very important. And as soon as we can get the ship to the recovery vessel with Orion to the dock, we will be removing a number of components. A lot of folks don't know there's over 500 components coming off of Artemis 2, mostly going to Artemis 5. But we even have a handful going to Artemis 4 and even Artemis 3. So we have all of those plans laid out. We know exactly which elements are coming off, going to which vehicles, and we're super excited to have that day in San Diego where we begin to, I'll say, rapidly decommission the vehicle, but yet make sure that we preserve the right things for the very near-term next missions.
From the basketball court to building human spaceflight vehicles. Paul Anderson,
awesome.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And don't go anywhere. As you can see with the countdown clock, we are L-minus 1 hour, 33 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting to the planned liftoff of the Space Launch System rocket and, as we've just been discussing, the all-important Orion spacecraft. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live special coverage of the countdown to the launch of Artemis 2. Time now L-1 hour, 31 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. You're watching the closeout crew removing some of the foam from the space in between the crew module side hatch and the launch abort system side hatch that we've just been talking about with Paul Anderson. Really appreciate his time, the Orion Deputy Program Manager at Lockheed Martin. The next big milestone, of course, in the process to flying this crew on their way to begin their lunar voyage will be the closure of that launch abort system side hatch. Another platform coming out from the space between the launch abort system and the crew module side hatch as work continues towards the closure of the launch abort system hatch that you see there. That's the large piece that is extending in front of that orange pipe umbilical. Here's another view from inside the white room, looking down into the side hatch of the launch abort system, give you another vantage point of what that looks like. Closeout crew member number 5 prominently featured there. You see NASA astronaut Andre Douglas walking into frame. He's wearing closeout crew number 2. More components of the white room being stowed away, now no longer needed. that ventilation hose that was just removed and stowed, and you can see where that was plugged up in the middle of the box on the top left corner of the screen there. One of the next big milestones as scheduled for the Artemis 2 pre-launch activities is a launch director brief as they do a final scan of the flight vehicle and thermal protection system. The closeout crew are set to make their exodus from Launch Complex 39B in about half an hour's time per the original timeline. Again, NASA does have a 2-hour launch window to play with, so even if things are shifting away from the opening of the window for a launch, they do have a good bit of latitude to move T0 to the right if necessary. Taking the view back inside the Orion crew module on the right-hand side of your screen. Currently at L-1 hour, 19 minutes, 18 seconds, and counting. Looking at the various crew members in their assigned seats from the bottom of the screen going around clockwise, you've got Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Above him, from our perspective, that is mission specialist Christina Koch, NASA astronaut. Going around the clock, you've got in the roughly 1 to 2 o'clock position, there is pilot Victor Glover, and then above Jeremy Hansen, and on the far right, whose shoes we're seeing, that is mission commander Reid Wiseman.
MS1, NTD, on Orion to Earth 1.
Go ahead.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
Copy.
Much, Megan, and we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak.
You're hearing the voice of Daryl Nail getting an update from
Stand by 1 second.
Firing Room 1, standing by for further.
Okay. Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints. Clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch. And the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much.
Live updates from NASA's Daryl Nail. The main takeaway is that the issue that was being worked with the flight termination system has been cleared. The go from the range has been granted. Weather still looking acceptable for launch at the opening of the window here tonight. Departure still on track for 6:24 p.m. Eastern, 22:24 UTC for all those joining around the world. As expected,
Megan,
a
I don't know if you heard
liftoff
that
at the opening of the window would put the crew in a position to potentially break the distance record set by Apollo 13. With just an hour and 10 minutes remaining on the L- clock, the launch abort system hatch has been closed. Teams are working to create a good seal on that. That happening right on time. Again, even if teams aren't able to launch this rocket right at the opening of the window, they do have a 2-hour window of opportunity. Just a little more than an hour remaining in the count. The planned departure time for this closeout crew from Launch Complex 39B per the original schedule was 5:34 p.m. Eastern, 21:34 UTC. Closeout crew continuing to do their work to make sure they've got a good seal on the launch abort system before they wrap up here in the White Room and then ultimately make their departure from this launch complex. We are currently L-1 hour and counting to the opening of the window for the launch of the Space Launch System rocket, the Orion spacecraft, that is set to begin the journey for the Artemis 2 voyage around the moon. The first crewed flight of this vehicle, both the rocket and the spacecraft. 3 Americans, 1 Canadian, getting ready to shake out the Orion spacecraft, learn about how it handles, and learn more about human physiology as the crew is part of a series of experiments to learn more about how humans are capable of adapting and working in a deep space environment beyond the protection of the Earth's atmosphere and ionosphere. You're continuing to watch live coverage from Spaceflight now. If you're just joining us here in the final hour, welcome in. You picked a good time to hop aboard with us. So we've got more than 58,000 of you who are watching along with us live, which is fantastic. Go ahead and hop in the live chat, if you will. Let us know whether you're watching along with us here in Florida, here along Florida's Space Coast, or you're a little bit further aflung, and we're able to bring you these live pictures here today. Wherever in the globe you are, we're glad that you're stopping by here with us at Spaceflight now. With that wide shot you saw just a moment ago, you can see that the clouds are largely staying away. Teams continue to monitor the weather all the way down through the finality of the count, of course. Want to make sure that weather conditions are acceptable for this flight. They've been watching the cumulus clouds as they've been passing over Florida's Space Coast here today. Currently L-58 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. At this point in the count, we should be seeing the closeout crew getting ready. I mean, they've been preparing to depart from the White Room. They should be in a posture to head out away from the pad here at Launch Complex 39B. Schedule has that departure at L-50 minutes, so within the next 7.5. The departure of the closeout crew will be followed by a briefing to the crew from the NASA test director. You may hear that person referred to as the NTD. That'll come up before the built-in 30-minute hold, the final planned hold of this countdown, which will come up at L-40 minutes as currently planned for a launch at the opening of the window tonight. You're taking a live look here in the White Room, currently L minus 53 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. They are removing the seal that has been around the White Room that has allowed it to abut the Orion spacecraft and the launch abort system. The reason that they're harnessed in now is because once they remove this piece of hardware that creates a gap between the crew access arm and the rocket, and at the height that they are at right now, at the 274-foot level, that is not a tumble anyone would want to make. And of course, safety is of the utmost importance in all phases of this mission for NASA, not just the launch itself, but for the closeout crew and all of those involved in this mission. So they want to make sure that the team is safe as they are doing this work, creating a little bit of a dangerous environment, but they've got those safety harnesses to counteract that. Time now, L minus 52 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. NASA's Daryl Nail with an update noting that teams are working an issue with one of the batteries on the launch abort system that is out of character with the temperature that it's expected to be at right now. Teams are working to run this down and determine if this is a more persistent actual issue or if this is more of a sensor that is getting a bad reading, in which case it would be more of a minor inconvenience as opposed to something that could potentially shift the T0 liftoff time. We'll continue to keep an eye on this and, of course, bring you any further updates as they come available.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Those couple of suppressed overvolt messages, we're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right. And we're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NTD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
Time now L minus 41 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. At this point, the latest update within the last few seconds is that the White Room closeout process is now officially complete. Just 41 minutes, 41 seconds remaining on the clock to the opening of the window. The closeout crew was originally set to depart from Launch Complex 39B at L minus 50, so running a little bit behind schedule on that, but again, NASA has a 2-hour window in order to launch this mission. You're looking live on the mobile launcher at the elevators as the closeout crew that had just recently departed the White Room is getting ready to head back down to the main platform on the mobile launcher and then make their departure from here. They'll take that white van that we saw earlier when the Astro van arrived, and they'll take that to a safe distance back here near the vehicle assembly building. As we're continuing to track the progress towards the hopeful liftoff of the Artemis 2 mission, again with the window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern, 22:24 UTC, we're joined by one more live guest before the planned launch of the Artemis 2 mission. We've got old friend that is back with us once again, lending his expertise to us here at Spaceflight Now, the former editor of Spaceflight Now, current space reporter at Ars Technica, Mr. Stephen Clark. Stephen, how are you, buddy?
I'm great. Will, how are you?
Good. Would be lying if I didn't say I was a little bit tired. It's been a long day, but a good day, a very productive day where we've been talking science, we've been talking spacecraft hardware, and it's good to interweave people that are on our side of the coverage, those of us who really, take pen and paper to the space program and are watching for not only the successes, but the things that create hiccups and, making sure that we're conveying an accurate story of what's happening here.
Well, happy to lend my expertise. Anything I can offer, I'm here for it. And fingers crossed for a launch tonight. We have a 2-hour window, so time to work some issues if something else comes up.
And you've been, of course, tracking this mission throughout the course of the day as they started with that go for fueling early this morning. Your assessment of how this countdown has gone, after 2 wet dress rehearsals, some repairs in the VAB, back out at the pad now.
And CDR, NTD.
Oh, let's hang on. There's Earth to Orion communication here.
All right, we're working the SDO card activation and the helium ISO valve config. So while we do that, we're going to get a bunch of caution warning IDs that we'll see in transition and into and out of alarms. So just a heads up, you'll see that on your screen.
Copy all, Jeff.
A little bit hard to hear that Earth to Orion communication, getting some audio crossing in my ear with the NASA TV broadcast. It sounded like just a general status briefing, no specific update, it sounded like, regarding the battery temperature on the launch abort system. And Stephen, I guess we'll pick up our conversation back there as teams have been tracking the latest hiccup on this mission, on a pretty much otherwise smooth countdown. One of the launch abort system batteries has been determined to be out of temperature. I'll say that with an asterisk because we don't know if that's necessarily true about the battery or if it's a sensor issue. But I mean, you've been covering human spaceflight from here for a long time. What's your read of it?
Yeah, I've covered many launches where something comes up and they identified that they have a bad sensor and they can choose to ignore that measurement during the terminal countdown if they're convinced that it is a sensor issue. So in my mind, the question may be, are there other sensors in the battery that can tell them that the battery is healthy, perhaps, and suggest that the temperature measurement is erroneous? And that may give them the possibility to say, we're going to waive that and we're going to proceed. And of course, they have a second battery as well on the launch abort system that, by all accounts so far, appears to be healthy with no issues. But the flight rule, based on what NASA has said, is they need 2 batteries within spec. And right now, one of them is not, but they're trying to diagnose whether that is an actual issue with the battery or if maybe it's a measurement issue with the sensor on board.
And of course, we'll keep our audience abreast of any further changes with that, whether it is the battery or a sensor. If we hear an update, we'll translate that information to you as quickly as we possibly can. Clock continues to run, just under 37 minutes on the count. Just checking in. The clock, the T-minus clock now holding at the final 10-minute planned hold, which is set to last for 30 minutes. So you'll continue to see the big countdown clock move here on the press lawn. That is related to the L- clock, which continues to march towards the opening of the window. But if teams need more time within this 10-minute hold, they can extend it past that planned 30 minutes, right, Stephen?
Right, exactly. So they have 2 hours to play with tonight A long launch window, certainly by the standards that we're now accustomed to with Starlink launches with often instantaneous opportunities and crew launches to the space station with very narrow windows. This is kind of a luxury that NASA has 2 hours of cushion here to deal with any sort of issue, to take another look at data, or if there's a weather concern, a rain shower, a cloud that moves overhead, they can hold the count and wait it out if they need to.
And one of the good news pieces here is that you just look around the spaceport here. We've got some cumulus clouds off to the northwest, but largely it's been quite a pleasant afternoon. Really throughout the day, some gusts of wind, but no rain showers to speak of, which here in Florida can be quite the nuisance and potentially a showstopper if they're in the wrong spot. But that is thankfully not an issue that NASA's tracking right now. Yeah, exactly. It's been, like you said, a remarkably smooth countdown from this morning. No issues with loading fuel, no hydrogen leaks. I certainly was up early this morning watching the reports come out of NASA to see if the fueling was going to proceed and if there were any issues, and there were none that were reported. So that's a big win, I think, for NASA and for those of us who have covered all the Artemis wet dress rehearsals going back to Artemis 1. Certainly is heartening, if not a little surprising, actually, that things went so well. We've had the launch team have to troubleshoot leaks during the countdown before, and sometimes resolve them during the countdown, but no reports of anything like that even today. Pretty smooth fueling process this morning, and we had an issue. NASA had an issue maybe an hour or so ago with the flight termination system. That's been cleared and resolved, so the range is now go for launch. And we'll see how things go with this launch abort system battery. I don't have any direct insight right now into what the issue is per se, but I know, given having covered many of these countdowns, that they're going to look for any way possible to safely waive that issue. And if they can find out that it's a sensor and convince themselves that the battery is healthy, I wouldn't be surprised if they proceed. But if the battery is bad, the flight rule says they can go. Yeah, and going back to the point you made a second ago about this being a relatively smooth countdown, the fact that they didn't have hydrogen leaks like we saw during the first wet dress rehearsal, this goes to what the administrator was saying during the ignition event and the weeks preceding that really wants to instill a culture of repetition, of bringing up the launch cadence so that lessons learned can be maintained. And you have to imagine, as Jared Isaacman and his team at NASA are watching this, that they've got to feel pretty good about where they are now and where they want to be, in a year of launching Artemis 3. Yeah, I think so. And we've heard from Jared Isaacman and other NASA officials that, they made pretty declarative statements that the hydrogen leak is going to be resolved for the next mission. They're not going to have any issue with it at all. And they seem pretty convinced of themselves that they're going to be able to do that. And if they are able to launch Artemis 3 next year, let's say within 12 to 18 months or something like that, that's certainly bringing down the gap between launches, because now it's been, 3.5 years now since Artemis 1 launched until now we're on the pad with Artemis 2. That is a long gap. And compare that, SpaceX is launching multiple times per week. They don't even have to do launch rehearsals anymore because every countdown fine-tunes their skills. So it's a totally different situation with Artemis, with the Space Launch System with a low flight rate. But even getting it down to once a year, I think, would be a big help. Yeah, I mean, just having the Falcon 9 having flown now in excess of 620 times, obviously not all of those were crewed flights, but they've launched, I believe now, 20 crewed missions between the commercial crew program, the private astronaut missions, and the missions that Jared Isaacman himself was commanding. So a lot of flight heritage on that vehicle, and that mindset of rapid turnaround seems like it's the thing that's going to be driving NASA, with the core stage getting ready to be barged as soon as next month from down at Michoud, and as soon as the mobile launcher can be turned around, they'll be in a good posture to start that stacking operation. Yeah, I think it would certainly bode well for Artemis 3 launching next year if they're able to start stacking it by the end of this year. So we'll see how quickly that operation gets underway. Of course, they have to get off the pad with this one first, and
If they have to delay to the next period at the end of April, beginning of May, that's a month now that would eat into the schedule for Artemis 3. So a lot of these schedules are predicated one mission after the other. And I think it was Christina Koch at crew arrival the other day, one of the crew members mentioned it's like a relay race. They have to hand the baton over to the next mission.
That's right.
And that is true for the astronauts, the crews themselves. They'll bring back their learnings and their insights from this mission, pass it on to the next crew. It's also true for the launch team, and even the hardware. The mobile launcher out there has to be rolled back and reconfigured and ready for the next mission.
And as we are continuing to watch this countdown, we've got about 30.5 minutes remaining on the L- clock. Still in the hold at T- 10 minutes. This hold should clear once the L- clock hits L- 14 minutes. That would be the way that it would set up for a launch at the opening of the window. We'll see. It seemed like the closeout crew was in the process of leaving the pad a little bit past the original time. That's not to say that they can't make up that time in between now and then, but like you mentioned, they've got 2 hours to play with, so we'll continue to watch that. But what I wanted to ask you next is, assuming that this rocket gets off the pad today, if it needs to be another day, so be it, but once this mission is in flight, what are the main things that you're watching for to see how well they perform, or if they're able to perform them at all?
So a couple things, I think, from a technical test flight perspective, certainly is going to be in the first 4 hours of the flight, when they get up and separate from the upper stage and do their proximity operations demonstration. That's going to be tonight if they launch tonight, and that's going to be probably one of the more challenging technical aspects of the entire flight, is taking manual control, exercising all the thrusters on board the spacecraft and seeing how well it handles compared to the simulator in Houston. And Victor Glover, the pilot, will be in charge of that operation, assisted by his other crewmates as well, and reporting back step by step verbally how the vehicle is responding to his inputs on his hand controller. So that'll be really interesting to see. Plus, it's going to be really interesting to see the upper stage, either depending on their orientation, either backdrop by the blackness of space or backdrop by the Earth, as they're coasting out toward that apogee in the high Earth orbit. And it's going to be really cool to see. I love seeing space hardware in its natural environment, so to speak, where it's supposed to be operating. We often see rockets and satellites in the clean room or on the pad. I really love to see imagery of satellites fully deployed or rockets operating where they're supposed to be operating. So it's going to be really cool to see. And in terms of the other technical thing I'll mention briefly, which is a big one, but it's going to be kind of carried out over the course of hours and days, not condensed into a 1 or 2 hour demo, is how the life support system performs. It has not flown before. It's the first time crew has been on the Orion spacecraft. So how the CO2 or carbon dioxide scrubber works, how the toilet works, how all that works, the heating, thermal control, that's going to be really interesting to see. But again, unless something breaks right off the bat, and hopefully it doesn't, that's going to be some data that NASA gathers over the course of days. It's not going to be, right here, right after launch, where they're doing this proximity operations demo. And the other thing I'll mention is, just from a gee whiz factor, obviously, is when they get beyond the far side of the moon on Monday, hopefully, if they launch today, seeing putting human eyes on some parts of the backside of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes before is going to be really, really cool. And I think from the perspective of the public, for those of members of the public who are maybe interested in space but not tuned in to every single launch, maybe not even tuned in today, I think when they see the imagery from the far side of the moon and hear the crew's insights and the crew's comments on what they're seeing, I think that'll be really, really inspiring.
Yeah, and just the fact that, as we've heard from the lunar scientists, that the human eyes can pick up certain color variations on the lunar surface, that, we've had the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, at the moon for quite some time now, but human eyes can just make a distinction that cameras really can't. And so there's science in seeing the beauty of the moon, which sort of has a nice poetry to it.
Absolutely, and I think seeing imagery of the moon from beyond the far side with a camera not so different from the ones you and I might have at home will be really cool as well. Just seeing what if we were there, what we would capture with our own eyes and with our own cameras. It's gonna be really neat.
We should only be so fortunate that maybe within our lifetimes we can imagine you or I traveling to the moon. If they need a pair of journalists, NASA, call us. We're available. You know, this obviously sets the table for Artemis 3 and beyond, the reimagined Artemis 3 in low Earth orbit and the crewed landings on the moon in 2028. There's a lot of runway to get between where we are now and getting either Starship or Blue Moon safely out to the moon. You know, one of the big items that they both have to prove out, of course, is propellant transfer, which we had hoped and expected to see that from SpaceX last year. 2025 came and went with version 2 of Starship. Expecting to see flight 12, the first flight of a version 3, potentially sometime, now we can say this month, now that it is April. How are you feeling about getting to the road to prop transfer, given what we know about where we are right now?
You know, I think that's still a few flights away, at least for Starship. You know, I think if I had to bet, I would say late in the year or next year when they really get that up and running. They're going to need 2 pads active, we think. That's been the assumption going in, but you know, if they can turn around 1 pad, wouldn't rule that out. It's SpaceX, after all. They're capable of things that we don't think they're capable of sometimes. So, but you know, they presumably need the pad here active, or the second, or reactivate pad, the first pad at Starbase, to have the ability to do a prop transfer in orbit, and then they need repeatable launches even after they do a one-to-one transfer. They need to be able to launch many Starships in quick succession. So, and there's the question that I always bring up, like, you know, does it behoove us or behoove NASA to assume that the prop transfer, even if they get 2 Starships in orbit, is it going to go perfectly the first time? I mean, are there going to be leaks? We've seen leaks with hydrogen here on the ground. Are there going to be leaks of methane or oxygen in orbit? We'll see. And so I think there are a lot of question marks there. And again, I think it was a really, really smart move, I think, by NASA to reorient Artemis 3 to low Earth orbit, because you don't need prop transfer, and you can get some other milestones achieved, demonstrating the life support system on Starship and Blue Moon, for example, in low Earth orbit. You don't need to go to the moon for that. So, I think SpaceX is going to reel off a few version 3 launches if they go very, very well. Perhaps demonstrate a catch of Starship before the prop transfer is what I'm thinking is what's going to happen. And maybe by the end of the year, we'll be ready to do the prop transfer, and that's going to be very, very interesting. And 2 big Starships in low Earth orbit for Skywatchers, depending on your point of view. It's either going to be nerve-wracking if you're a dark sky person, or really cool to see 2 giant spaceships in low Earth orbit, easily visible with the naked eye. Maybe have to see the statistics or the specification, but maybe even outshining ISS or close to it. It's going to be really cool.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yes.
Stephen Clark, space reporter with Ars Technica, will be joined again a little bit later in the program by Stephen when we're on, hopefully, the other side of liftoff. As we continue to track the countdown, we are currently at L minus 22 minutes, 51 seconds and counting. Continue to watch as we tick ever closer to the opening of this 2-hour window for the Artemis 2 mission. You're watching Spaceflight Now's special live coverage of this flight to the moon preparation.
And CDR, NTD?
Go ahead.
All right, Reid, we can go ahead and configure for terminal count at this time. Need team over to your channel here in just a minute.
Integrity copies.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Okay, copy all. And let's see, I see GLS, can you help us with that, please? The last gen 001.
Time currently L minus 17 minutes, 3 seconds and counting. Time currently L minus 17 minutes. As we're tracking the progress of the Artemis 2 mission towards the opening of the window, this was the time where we would have expected the launch director to pull the team, ensuring that they are go for launch. Standing by for further from Firing Room 1 and from NASA, as we are also approaching about just under 6.5 minutes from when the planned 30-minute hold at T-minus 10 minutes was expected to lift.
included for this 2-hour launch window. And that's important. They're in very small print.
We should be hearing some more call-outs from the test director loop per NASA's Daryl Nail coming up here in the next few minutes. The battery issue related to the launch abort system that has been cleared at this point in time. We're standing by for further.
And OTC, NTD on 212 for comm check?
Good comm. How me?
I hear you the same. STC? GTC?
GTC is on 212.
All right, copy that.
So we are standing by awaiting two critical polls, one from the NASA test director, the other from Artemis launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson.
CCL, OTC, Orion, or S1.
CCL.
Yes, sir. Reconfigure ARS primary loop ISO valves.
Copy, that's in work.
And CDR, OTC, Orion, or S1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with sea ice and with MER manager regarding the observation the sea ice had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a sea ice or MER manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And launch director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS, NTD, cancel pending, please.
GLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of count. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
CVSE OTC.
CVSE.
400, 290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent.
Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming.
Copy.
NTD, COSE, hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004 S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that.
We'll bring up those nets here in just a moment. Just want to address the reason that the L- clock has stopped is because teams, as you heard, have determined there is still more work ahead. And so they are working to finish up what they need before they are able to proceed into the terminal count. So the clock will stand in this hold at T-minus 10 minutes before the T-minus clock and the L- clock were set to sync. Assuming the work can be cleared, then the count would presumably continue on from this start of the terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. But again, for those just joining us, expecting that we are 10 minutes away from the liftoff of Artemis 2, teams still have work left to do before they are ready to proceed. We are standing by for the polls from the NASA test director, as well as the Artemis launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, that need to happen. The teams need to reach a consensus to proceed with the liftoff here today. Again, there is a 2-hour window, so we are by no means at the end of the opportunities for today. Lots of latitude left to work, and so we will bring you the very latest. We'll go ahead and let you listen back into the loops here.
While we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And launch director?
Yes, sir. Launch director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, launch director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you complete?
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, is that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete.
Copy. Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And launch director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis 2 launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC,
C's go.
MCO,
TO's go.
Safety Console,
Safety consoles go.
LPE,
LPEs go.
RTD,
RTDs go.
Houston Flight,
Houston Flight is go.
Rock,
Rock is go.
and CDR.
Crews go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reid. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range Weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT. Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families. MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR NTD.
Go.
Figure risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy and work.
Thank you. RSR NTD.
RSR.
All right, perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation. Enable at this time, please.
RSR in work. Booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable complete.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
And as we've been hearing the NASA test director poll complete, the launch director poll complete as well. Good words from the crew. Teams have been given the blessing to proceed with the count. We are awaiting terminal count to pick up once the new T0 has been set. Again, the terminal count has not picked up just yet. We're watching for movement of the clock.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count.
As you just heard, a little bit more left to do before terminal count can proceed, but we are getting very close, everyone, to the liftoff of Artemis 2 as planned. For those who may just be joining us, if you haven't been following along with these final big updates.
ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
teams had a little bit of extra work they needed to get through, and so the terminal count has not picked up. So just setting the scene for everybody, there will not be a liftoff in 1 minute. We are awaiting the updated T0 time for the liftoff of the Space Launch System rocket. When that time is given, when we get right down to the end of the count, you'll see the 4 RS-25 engines ignite about 6.36 seconds before the 2 solid rocket boosters come to life, and then we'll see Artemis 2 take off. All continues to go well with these final 10 minutes once the terminal count picks up. Got a lot of folks out here eagerly awaiting the flight of Artemis 2, the first crewed mission of the Orion spacecraft.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiations verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And we are now looking at 6:35 p.m. Eastern, 22:35 for the new T0 liftoff time for the Artemis 2 mission. Terminal clock underway. You'll hear a lot of call-outs on the process through the count. One of the next big milestones is coming up in about a minute and a half time. We'll see the retraction of the crew access arm. It will swing away from the Orion spacecraft and be stowed alongside the mobile launcher. That'll be followed by the ground launch sequencer giving the go for core stage pressurization at T-minus 6 minutes. At the same time, the Orion ascent pyros will be armed and the Orion spacecraft will transition to internal power. Seconds later, the core stage liquid hydrogen tank will terminate its replenish
Houston
cycle.
flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies. Rock copies. 22:35:12.
Affirm.
And just a note out there to all the launch photographers, the T0 specifically is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, 22:35 and 12 seconds UTC for those around the world. About 30 seconds remaining to the planned swing away from the crew access arm away from the Orion spacecraft. The launch abort system, which is the structure atop the Orion spacecraft, you can see that there with the American flag just above that red umbilical. That ability to use that emergency way of getting away from the rocket, if necessary, will become active for the crew beginning at T-minus 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Once the LAS is active, the NASA test director will let Commander Reid Wiseman know that that is a viable option.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
Retract go given, arm is now swinging away. We're now less than 8 minutes away to the planned liftoff of the Space Launch System rocket on its first crewed flight. You can see this view from inside the White Room as the arm retracts away from the crew and the spacecraft named Integrity. About 7.5 minutes remaining before the planned liftoff. Again, in about a little less than a minute and a half from now, the tank pressurization on the core stage will begin. Just under 7 minutes and counting now. Less than 1 minute to core tank pressurization, and the launch ascent pyros will be armed, and the Orion spacecraft transitions to internal power. After the 6-minute mark in flight, some of the next major milestones beyond the launch abort system being activated at T-minus 5 minutes and 20 seconds. The go for the flight termination system arming will happen at T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Core stage auxiliary power unit.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
The replenish valve is now closed for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. Under 5 minutes now, or under 6 minutes. Launch abort system capability will be active for the crew in about 10 seconds.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That escape capability now available to the crew if necessary, confirmed by Commander Reid Wiseman as we are now 5 minutes and counting.
GLS is go for FTS arm. GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
Four minutes and counting.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
This is the auxiliary power unit on the core stage. Just about 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock now. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage locks. Topping should terminate here. Coming up to the final 3 minutes of the count. When we hit about 2 minutes and 2 seconds, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will switch to its internal battery power. That'll be followed seconds later by
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
The core stage switching to internal power as well. First, the solids at 2 minutes, the core stage at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds, switching to internal power. We're less than 3 minutes to the planned liftoff of Artemis 2. Continuing on with the terminal count to a liftoff scheduled for 6:35 and 12 seconds Eastern Time. Should see a gimbal there of those engines. You see that in motion. Good testing of those RS-25 engines now approaching the final 2 minutes in flight. As a reminder, those RS-25s will ignite as planned at T-minus 6
GLS
seconds.
Go for upper stage to internal power.
6.36 seconds before liftoff is when those engines will come alive. We're less than 2 minutes. In this, the final minute and a half, the core stage will switch to internal power as well. The upper stage will
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
Good call out there. Should hear a call for the upper stage entering terminal countdown mode. coming up on the final minute of the count. One minute and counting. Cheers across the press lawn here at the Kennedy Space Center.
GLS go for ALS.
30 seconds and counting.
25.
The hydrogen burn-off igniters will kick on at T-minus
20.
12 seconds.
15.
Hydrogen burner ignition.
10.
GLS is go for core stage engine.
8, 7, 6 should have RS-25 start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Liftoff of the Artemis II mission, the first crewed flight of the Orion spacecraft, the first humans to plan a trip beyond low Earth orbit, has taken off from Florida.
Roger, roll pitch.
Now about 1 minute in flight, the SLS rocket traveling faster than the speed of sound. Engine's about to throttle back as it approaches max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. RS-20. Good confirmation, past max Q, the RS-25's throttling back up to 109% thrust capacity. Now about a little more than a minute and a half into flight. Coming up next will be the separation of the two 5-segment solid rocket boosters, a little more than 2 minutes into the mission. That roll maneuver we saw earlier, intentional to put the crew in the right orientation as the rocket continues to climb uphill. And a good separation of those solids. Five solid rocket boosters chock full of shuttle heritage, having carried this crew on the first part of their journey.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
75% of the initial thrust was those
Integrity,
engines.
SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
Now approaching T+3 minutes into the flight. Coming up next will be the jettison of the launch abort system. At that point in the mission, it will no longer be needed. Now more than 3 minutes into this flight of the Artemis II crew on board their Space Launch System rocket. There go the covers for the launch abort system. Now it has been jettisoned. Orion integrity now no longer having the launch abort system.
Integrity, good. Last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
And with that protection covering now gone.
Sail on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Kármán line.
The windows are open, as you just heard.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
Reaching the Kármán line, entering space. First space flight for Jeremy Hansen, the second for Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Koch. Now, a little more than 4 minutes into flight, the next big milestone is coming up in about 4 minutes' time. We're watching for the core stage main engine cutoff. This will be MECO, where the 4 RS-25 engines will power down. That'll be followed a little more than 10 seconds later by the separation of the core stage and the ICPS, the rocket's upper stage, which will be powered by an RL-10 engine from L3 Harris. Continuing to get great tracking views this April 1st, the flight of Artemis 2.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Good words by the commander heading towards that quote, beautiful moonrise. Their zero-G indicator happens to be named Rise as well. Created by a second grader in California, taken from inspiration by the iconic
Integrity, 3 engine press.
Earthrise image.
3 engine press.
The call we were just hearing regarding the engines still have 4 good RS-25s. Only 3 would be needed to carry it to the correct point for MECO at this point, so they are in a very good position at this stage in the flight. Now approaching T plus 6 minutes.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Looking at a animation rendering, a visualization you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. This is not from a tracking camera, but a visualization of what is happening in real time. This rendering coming from NASA. About 6.5.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies, nominal shutdown.
And a good view of the contrail there from firing room 1. I believe that's the silhouette of Artemis launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Has to be ecstatic so far of how this mission has performed. Seven minutes into the mission now. Now less than 1 minute away to MECO, main engine cutoff. Engines will begin to throttle down as they approach the point of main engine cutoff. Now nearly 7.5 minutes post-flight beginning.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
NASA reporting nominal trajectory still so far, a call out relating to an abort zone if needed in the Pacific Ocean. Coming up to MECO here momentarily. And we had a good MECO, and as you can see, stage separation.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
this camera view from one of NASA's imaging planes, WB-57, I believe. Now back to the visualization showing the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. A little more than 9 minutes into the flight so far. The RL-10 engine nozzle should have extended by this point. The crew released in...
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
That call confirming that teams are tracking towards the perigee raise maneuver about 49 minutes post liftoff. Before then, though, the Orion solar arrays should deploy on the European service module. That's expected at T plus 20 minutes.
Integrity, good. NEDS deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
And just confirming there that the RL-10 nozzle was extended as expected. The communication now from the Johnson Space Center to Commander Reid Wiseman coming from the Capcom, who is NASA astronaut Stan Love. Crew will now be able to raise their visors as well, per NASA. As we're awaiting the next big milestone, which is set to be the
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
Let's go ahead and listen in to a NASA commentator here for a moment from the Johnson Space Center, I believe.
Seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis 2 mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent Artemis 2 is underway. Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina, Koch, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to...
As teams are awaiting the deployment of the Orion solar arrays from the European service module, which is expected in about 4 minutes' time from now, taking a look at the split screen between the visualization of what's happening with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and the Orion spacecraft on the left, and the now empty mobile launcher there on the right-hand side of your screen. NASA leadership mentioned that there were a number of improvements made to the mobile launcher to make it more resilient against the impacts of 8.8 million pounds of thrust provided by the 2 solid rocket boosters and 4 RS-25s that we just saw propel the start of the Artemis 2 mission. The goal is to get this mobile launcher back in a configuration where they were able to return it to the vehicle assembly building in the not too distant future, since with the goal to launch the Artemis 3 mission now in a little more than a year's time, the stacking will need to get underway later this year, and that begins with the mobile launcher returning to the vehicle assembly building once it has been cleared to do so.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the ETSI-DEM.
We copy Houston, thank you. Houston, Integrity anywhere until that momentary prop caution.
And Reid, no action, we're looking at it.
Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Hi, Stan. We copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Now 21 minutes and change post liftoff. Conversation we were just hearing, a confirmation that solar array deploy is in work. Reaching a TDRS handover a little bit, about 1 second earlier than originally planned. TDRS is the tracking and data relay satellite system. It's part of the Near Space Network, which is working to maintain communication with the Orion spacecraft during this early phase in flight. As the mission goes on, it will transition to comms with the Deep Space Network.
And integrity for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same. Houston Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors. Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
Good confirmation of...
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Copy, thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
And Houston integrity, ATO preferred set.
Copy, ATO preferred.
Time now, T plus 26 minutes, 3 seconds, and counting. A good confirmation that the 4 solar arrays have deployed on the Orion spacecraft and have latched to begin to draw power. The ICPS has the RL-10 engine facing the sun to give them the optimal position for starting to draw power.
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Now a little more than 29 minutes into flight. The next big milestone is coming up in about 20 minutes time. That is the perigee raise maneuver, which will take the Orion spacecraft in the upper stage from its current orbit at 1,381 by 17 statute miles and raise that perigee up to 115 statute miles. Again, that burn expected here in now just under 20 minutes time. as we watch the progress of the early phases of the Artemis II mission after a successful liftoff from Launch Complex 39B here at the Kennedy Space Center, let's wind the clock back a little bit to show you some of the brilliant photos captured by our photography team from here at the press site. We start with this image from photographer Michael Kane. Want to point out something here in this photo. If you just look to the left of the mobile launcher in between the ML and that middle lightning protection tower, you can see the slide wire baskets that make up the emergency egress system were released and are starting to head towards the terminus point in this image. It was unclear if this was supposed to happen, if this is part of the nominal procedure at liftoff, that those jettison away, perhaps as a means of protecting them from the impact of the solid rocket boosters and RS-25 engines. We'll have a briefing from NASA a little bit later this evening, and so that'll be something we're curious if that's brought up by the NASA leadership, or if not, then we or perhaps another one of our colleagues in the press corps will be able to have that addressed. Moving on to our next launch photo here. This is a photo from our Adam Bernstein as the SLS rocket takes flight alongside the Stars and Stripes above the Artemis program flag that you see just beneath there at the flagpole adjacent to the countdown clock. And finally, we'll conclude our roundup with a photo from John Pisani. A wide view with the flags on the right and an eager crowd excited to see what is poised to be humans' return to the lunar area for the first time since 1972 and Apollo 17. As a reminder, though, this is not a landing mission. Crews will also not be entering into lunar orbit. This mission, Artemis II, designed to be a free return trajectory, which means the Orion spacecraft, both the crew module and the European service module, will perform a free return trajectory, a big loop around the far side of the moon, and target a splashdown next week, scheduled for April 10th, if all continues to go well, in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego, where the U.S. Navy will be ready and waiting to move in quickly to recover the astronauts and bring them safely aboard, either immediately onto the recovery ship that will be awaiting them, and then flying quickly back to shore for initial medical checkouts, which is standard for this type of return operation. We saw the recovery team get through their paces back in the Artemis I mission. Of course, that was an uncrewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft. This Orion spacecraft also performing a slightly different trajectory this time, which is why there were fewer launch days available to the team, because instead of doing the skip re-entry as was originally planned for the mission, there was a little bit more cracking and breakup of the shield, the heat shield at the base of the crew module for the Artemis I mission, and so teams planned this different trajectory coming in at a slightly steeper angle. That skip entry, though, will return as the heat shield for the Artemis III mission is new and improved. Well, I say that yes, the heat shield is improved for the Artemis III mission, but that will be in low Earth orbit. So still waiting to see what the full mission profile of that flight will be. But for Artemis IV and beyond, the plan at this point is to perform that skip entry. Now a little more than 34.5 minutes into this mission so far. Coming up next at T+49 is that all-important perigee raise maneuver, which will put the crew into a safe orbital position. Some of the next big mission milestones after that perigee raise maneuver that happened here during flight day 1. Less than 2 hours after, or I should say less than an hour after the perigee raise maneuver is an apogee raise burn, which will put the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS into a high Earth orbit at 43,730 by 0 statute miles. And Orion will remain about that apogee through the...
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to copy.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 minutes, 48 seconds. TIGO unchanged at 26 seconds.
49, 48, TIGO 26.
And you're hearing those slight updates coming from Mission Control Houston. Capcom Stan Love up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. The perigee raise burn will be a total of 26 seconds, so a fairly short burn of the RL-10 engine. Crews busily working to make sure all of the life support systems are in operation as expected.
Integrity Houston, for Optimus on the PCD, we have time update instructions when you're ready.
And Houston, Integrity, we copy. Hands are pretty busy at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent. 2 minutes to maneuver to PRM attitude.
We are watching and concurred. 90 seconds-ish, maybe.
Now T plus 39 minutes, 6 seconds and counting. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of that perigee raise maneuver, which will last a total of 26 seconds. Let's go ahead and listen in now to Mission Control Center in Houston.
Once concluded, Stan Love will report it back up to the crew, and we'll stand by for that.
Integrity Houston, MCC polls go for PRM pending attitude and saws.
Hey, we copy. MCC is go. Maneuver starting.
Minutes of mission elapsed time. The maneuver to the burn attitude has begun. The maneuver also is paired with reorientation of the solar array wings that have been deployed. They will have various positions throughout the duration of the flight. Of course, solar array is meant to maximize the draw of power from the sun. So when deployed, we're in a biased solar array wing configuration that was called solar normal. This allows for the greatest surface area of the solar array wings to be drawing power and powering up those batteries of integrity, of which a cross-tie was enabled between the four batteries, the four battery buses that are inside of Orion. However, for the perigee raise maneuver, the solar array wings will be put into a position to take on the loads imparted by the ICPS main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction, those solar array wings being pointed forward. You're getting a live look inside the Artemis 2 mission flight control room. The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our four astronauts inside Integrity, launching at 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Now again, this room will be occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with flight controllers shifting on 3 shifts to oversee 24/7 operations of Artemis 2 while in flight. We will cover that live on the NASA YouTube channel, and we'll be covering that around the clock as we begin to wrap up our coverage here on NASA Plus. Before I do want to send it over to our colleagues at the Kennedy Space Center. And to my colleagues, it was a pleasure to join the teams at the Kennedy Space Center and be a part of such a historic launch. Here in Houston, again, we're turning our attention to the mission. And for now, we'll say farewell and thank you to our colleagues there for
Integrity Houston, we see Orion in attitude and SAW in position for PRM.
We see the same on board. Looking good, Stan.
And a good call there at T plus 46 minutes, 20 seconds and counting of the Orion solar panels in good position and a good attitude ahead of the planned start of the 26-second perigee raise maneuver. Here is where about 46.5 minutes after liftoff. And as we're looking out here back at what is fortunately a pad devoid of a rocket, which means the mission off to, thankfully, a good start here. The mobile launcher, lots of work ahead to make sure it's in a good configuration for stacking to begin now later this year. We are joined once again by our friend and colleague, Stephen Clark, a space reporter now at Ars Technica. Stephen, it was a spectacular launch.
Yes.
What'd you think?
You couldn't ask for better weather for a launch. I mean, golden hour, you know, it was clear skies, gorgeous, gorgeous launch, and feeling that the thunder and the roar from the solid rocket boosters was something you really can't forget. It's unmistakable. It has a different feel to it than a liquid-fueled rocket. And followed it downrange for a good 5 minutes until it finally got too low on the horizon to see with the naked eye, but we could see the boosters separate from the core stage, and even caught a glimpse with the naked eye of the service module panels separating for just a moment until they got lost in the backdrop of the sky. So, you know, I think I've gone on record in my writing and several podcasts and stuff that I'm pro day launch, and I'm so thankful that it launched before sunset. You know, it was so much more interesting to see the rocket in daylight than on Artemis 1, which was, of course, at night, which was spectacular in its own right, but just seeing the rocket in all its glory is really something special.
Well, and now we can look forward to a whole bevy of onboard cameras and hopefully a trove of engineering camera views that will have the good definition of daylight for all the various, you know, endpoints of the terminal count, the liftoff, and, you know, I think we'll learn as a community visually a lot more about this vehicle here.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to hear what NASA's perspective is. They may see something interesting or see some performance, you know, issue or optimization that they see in the video. But yeah, all the cameras are on the launch pad, the high-speed engineering cameras, the long-range trackers, the onboard cameras. We're going to be in for a treat as those videos come out over the coming hours and days.
And it seems like this administration is one that really is pushing for the visuals to drive the story. So hopefully we won't have too terribly long to wait before we start seeing those troves show up on the NASA Video Archive and the HQ Flickr page.
Let's hope so, yeah. I can't wait to see it.
And so here we are now just about 49.5 minutes post liftoff. The perigee raise maneuver should be getting underway here in just a second. If we hear the call that's starting, we'll go ahead and pause so we can listen into that. Should last about 26 seconds in total. Coming up here in just a second. So we'll go ahead and pause and show you back some views of the SLS mobile launcher, now devoid of the SLS here. Let's go back to the sunset view. Here's where listening in for any callouts. Not hearing anything for the moment on Earth to Orion loops. Of course, we will pause if that does change, but assuming that the perigee raise maneuver was successful, it'll set things up for the next big burn, the apogee raise maneuver. And that'll put the rocket on the course to a high Earth orbit, which is exciting.
Yeah, out to I think a little more than 40,000 miles, 44,000 miles, statute miles, I think, if my memory serves, which will be beyond geosynchronous orbit, actually about twice the altitude of geosynchronous orbit, where a lot of communications satellites reside. So quite far out, and that will be, you know, the farthest anyone has gone from Earth by far since 1972. Of course, this mission later on will likely, it will break if everything goes according to plan, the distance record all time that was set during Apollo 13 out beyond the far side of the moon. But just going into this high Earth orbit is really, uncharted territory for human spaceflight of the last 50 years.
And, this mission is chock full of potential first, depending on how the next several hours and the next several days go. But achieving that apogee raise maneuver, getting into that high Earth orbit, that'll be box number one, because Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian, becomes the first non-American to go beyond low Earth orbit here in potentially just a little more than an hour's time, or a couple of hours' time now.
Yes, that is quite true. That's a good statistic, and that also buys them time to work any issues once they finish this apogee raise maneuver, which should be going on now, right?
It should have concluded by now. Yes, it was only 26 seconds
ago.
Yeah.
That once they get into this low orbit, stable orbit, that buys them some time, and they can operate in low Earth orbit for a period of time if there's any issue. But there's no issue that I'm aware of coming up in the flight right now. So it looks like everything's going to proceed, assuming this burn was nominal all the way through the apogee, or the apogee raise maneuver next, and then the rendezvous and proximity operations demo, which will be, I think, one of the coolest parts of the mission for a lot of space nerds from a technical perspective.
Yes, I believe that is the correct term. That will be very exciting. One of the key parts of being in that high Earth orbit and being in that safe space where they can check out the spacecraft is making sure that they address some of the potential unknown unknowns. Does the toilet work? An important thing to address before you begin a 10-day journey towards the moon and back. Not recalling the exact timing of this, but they'll want to understand a little bit more about the flywheel that's on board, the exercise system, which the crew will spend about 30 minutes per astronaut a day on that flywheel as part of their process to make sure that they maintain good bone and muscle health throughout this 10-day mission. Not the 2 hours that astronauts at the International Space Station have to do, certainly. Standing by 1 second.
Just shy of 18 minutes long.
Looking live into the Johnson Space Center, this is Mission Control in the White Flight Room. I do not.
Integrity Houston on TDRS West. White Sands is receiving data. Houston is not. We're still troubleshooting.
Looking at the Mission Control Center, Houston, as we were just...
Capcom Stan Love, part of the Ascent team here in Mission Control Houston. We changed over to point to one of the tracking and data relay satellites at the expected time. That time was updated to 51 minutes, 26 seconds of mission elapsed time, going from TDRS East to TDRS West. Upon switching to TDRS West, Mission Control Houston, not seeing some of the data coming from Orion, coming from Integrity. So we're standing by to regain the ability and troubleshoot some of the rationale as to why we are having some intermittent gaps in our data and communications with the crew. Now again, as the teams are troubleshooting.
Integrity Houston in the blind. We see good solar normal maneuver. ARB TIG is expected to be 45 seconds earlier than the pad. That's 1 hour, 46 minutes, 0 9 seconds. No update to TIGO yet.
That was Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston. He used the term "in the blind." That refers to as part of the data that we are not getting from the TDRIST West satellite, noting that we understand that we may not be receiving communications from the crew, though they may be able to hear us. So Stan Love reporting what status is known on our end. We do know that from the data we are receiving that the upper stage and Integrity have maneuvered to solar normal, meaning that the orientation, the attitude of the spacecraft is such that the solar arrays can draw the maximum amount of power.
Integrity Houston in the blind for Christina. Just before the TDRIS handover, we heard your report about the lack of an oxone inlet filter. We copy that there is not one installed as expected, but please put in a new one.
Team here you see in this row at the Capcom console is NASA astronaut Stan Love, the voice that you're hearing from the teams here in Mission Control Houston up to the crew of Integrity. A Capcom voice that you'll hear throughout the mission as well. Next to Dr. Love, to his right, is Jackie Mahaffey, the Chief Training Officer for the Artemis II crew, and a voice that you'll hear from here in Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Judd Freeling is to Stan Love's left. The Ascent Flight Director and leading the teams through the ascent that happened today. And to the left of Judd Freeling is Flight Director Rick Henfling, part of the entry teams here on console to oversee the ascent portion. He'll be returning to console on Flight Day 9 to prepare for the splashdown on a nominal timeline for Flight Day 10.
Integrity Houston in the blind. We're rebooting some ground equipment to try to recover the link. Expect 10 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the teams here are troubleshooting the lack of a forward link, the inability to communicate with the crew aboard Orion. Teams are troubleshooting and planning to reset some ground equipment as the forward link was dropped at the time that we switched from TDRS East to TDRS West. That happened, that handover period started at mission elapsed time of 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Capcom Stan Love reporting some updates, what is called in the blind, meaning that though we...
Integrity Houston in the blind, expecting an imminent automated swap to string 2 on board. Also, reminder, we are still receiving good ICPS data.
Again, Capcom Stan Love reporting to the crew in the blind, meaning there may be an ability for the crew to hear the calls from the ground. We do know that we are not able to hear any of the crew calls coming from Orion. We did just confirm that we are receiving data from the upper stage, and that allows us to understand and confirm the attitude and orientation of both spacecraft, knowing that they are at solar normal. And with the reboot, we're starting to get some data here. We'll confirm that the data we are receiving is good. And with the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on TDRS.
Loud and clear, Stan Hollis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
And good to hear yours as well.
All right, we are still trying to understand whether the automated swap to S-band string 2 recovered comm for us or what was going on the ground. We gave you calls about an ARB TIG and an oxone inlet filter. Did you copy them?
Copied all.
Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston, though the solutions that were applied to regain the communications from Integrity is not known which one worked. We do know that we are receiving data. We're getting confirmation that is updating some of our telemetry that shows that the solar array wings have been reconfigured to the solar normal. Again, drawing as much power as possible. While Integrity is in flight and awaiting the next burn, the apogee raise burn. And you just heard confirmed, though Stan Love was reporting some things in the blind, meaning we could not hear the crew respond to any of the calls that were going on Orion to Earth. We did confirm from Reid Wiseman aboard Integrity that they did hear all of the calls that Capcom Stan Love was reporting.
And Integrity for comm, while we are sorting out the earlier comm loss, we plan to remain on S-band string 2.
Copy S-band string 2, and quid 19 has been inhibited for right CCD.
Copy quid 19.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reid Wiseman working through his steps. At this time in the timeline, mission specialists Christina, Koch, and Jeremy Hansen should be closing out some of the procedures that were activating some of the environmental control and life support systems. And again, those those steps relayed from Capcom Stan Lev were received by the crew, so they did copy them and address any of the feedback that was provided by Capcom Stan Lev. The launch and entry suits for Mission Specialist 1 and 2, that's Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen, per the timeline, they are in the period of time to doff or take off the suits. The launch and entry suits for Commander Reid Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover will remain on until after a successful apogee raise burn. Their role is to oversee the successful burn there. In the meantime, they're configuring some of their equipment and configuration that's needed ahead of the day's activities, starting with covering a CCD cursor control device. And they're well on their way to a nominal timeline, of course, addressing the communication link by resetting some ground equipment and changing the string of communications, which addressed the issue, and now we're getting full data from the ICPS as well as the Orion spacecraft.
Terry Houston, questions for Jeremy and for Christina.
Stan, can you power on the toilet, and then we'll stand by for your words for Jeremy and Christina.
Toilet power up is in work. The questions are, can you confirm the HHP cam has been powered down? And then the question for Christina is whether the urine filter, that's the rubber part, was installed, but just no beads connected.
And that's affirmative. The filter was installed, no beads.
Thank you.
And Stan, we are wrapping up PWD right now. Jeremy will get the HHB cameras after that. There was a tremendous amount of back pressure on all those settings, so it's taken a little bit of all the connectors, so it's taken a little bit of time.
Copy. Thank you.
Commander Reid Wiseman aware of the steps, the initial steps for mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen, working on some of the systems inside, while the commander and pilot monitor the flight of Integrity.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
We copy that, Stan. Thank you.
Some of the equipment inside needs to be activated by flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. The activation of some of these necessary for their trip on their first day in orbit as part of the Artemis 2 mission. While Christina Koch addressed the waste systems that are on board now that they're activated and purged. Jeremy Hansen working on the potable water dispenser, rather. One of his initial steps is to activate the equipment and start filling some bags as a reserve. So he's working through those steps. The HHP camera is one of the internal cameras inside of Integrity. HHP camera was one that was captured through the duration of ascent and recorded into the flight computers.
Go ahead.
Yeah, doubt it helps you at all, Stan. But that whole time that you all had, it seemed like you had a good forward link. We just had no return. We saw a good frame lock, and everything looked good. The only thing we did not have was a good ping. I don't know if that helps you.
That helps a lot, Reid. Thank you for that report.
Elapsed time now, T plus 1 hour, 11 minutes, 33 seconds post liftoff. We're looking live at the Orion spacecraft from the view of one of the solar panels. You can see one in the foreground and just a little bit of a glimpse of the Orion spacecraft. So far, a good start to the mission. A little bit of a comms issue that teams are working to run to the ground. Communications from the ground to the Orion spacecraft, as Commander Reid Wiseman confirmed, were able to be heard by the crew. Just the crew wasn't able to be heard by the ground, so they're working to make sure that they understand that as they progress through the mission towards the apogee raise burn, which is coming up here a little bit later this evening. Want to bring back in.
Okay, Stan, we copy that.
Just to clarify, this was a comms issue between the ground systems and mission control, not a communications issue between the spacecraft and the ground, just to clarify where they were running into some trouble there. Before we wrap up our broadcast here, I want to go ahead and bring back in our friend and guest, Stephen Clark with Ars Technica, to get some final thoughts as we're preparing to hear from NASA leadership in a briefing set to begin in a little more than 10 minutes' time. So, Stephen, it's been mostly smooth. A little bit of a hiccup there around the time of the burn with some of the ground systems, but it sounds like they're on a path towards getting that resolved.
Yes, a very auspicious start, I think, to Artemis 2 and humanity's return to the moon. It was a beautiful show here as we saw the Space Launch System rise from the launch pad just behind us, heading out east, and then we heard a call from Commander Reid Wiseman a few minutes after launch that they were heading into moonrise. They could see the moon from their spacecraft. So destination in view as they headed downrange here from Kennedy Space Center. So yeah, very exciting day. Everything went about as well, I think, as NASA could have hoped for. And critical moments ahead, the apogee raise maneuver, the separation from the ICPS, the Orion separation from the upper stage, and then the manual flying and proximity operations demonstration later tonight. So the day's not over, but certainly the fireworks are over, for hopefully, and everything went well today, so excited to be here.
Yeah, the local fireworks, the local show is done, but the mission persists. Packed 9+ days ahead for this flight crew. Lots to cover, starting with that important proximity demonstration, which is going to set the template for future docking in Artemis missions yet to come. Stephen Clark with Ars Technica. Folks can find your work, of course, at arstechnica.com and on X at Stephen Clark 1. If I got that right?
Yeah, you got it.
Thanks for being with us, my friend. Really
Always
appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And big thank you to our audience here for being with us for however much of the day that you were with us, from the start of fueling to the excitement building, the team walking out from crew quarters, heading out to the pad, getting in their spacecraft, working through some issues, but persisting nonetheless. A slightly later liftoff from the opening of the window, but they had the time, they took it, and we got a good start to the Artemis 2 mission. As we mentioned, there's a lot left to cover with this flight, as the destination, as Stephen said, is still ahead of them. The moon lies out in front, and we'll certainly learn a lot more about the spacecraft and the crew as they make their voyage around our own satellite and eventually make their way back here safely to Earth. Want to give a big thank you to all of our team who has been working very hard to get to this point of liftoff. The days, weeks, and months that went into planning this coverage. And this is just the beginning here for us. We're going to bring this show on the road. We're heading to the Johnson Space Center to pick things up beginning tomorrow as we're looking towards Flight Day 2 and everything else that is set to come. So hope you'll join us along for the ride. We'll continue our coverage here with the remainder of Flight Day 1 over on our 24/7 live stream called Artemis Live. Want to give a big thank you to all of our moderators in the chat, to our channel members who have supported us, to our friends Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions, Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. A big thank you to all of our guests who took the time to lend their expertise to our coverage and to bring the most valuable information to you, dear viewer, as we went throughout this marathon of a day, and we're glad you're able to be with us. A final thank you, of course, to our team, to Michael Kane, to Adam Bernstein, to John Pisani, and our editor, Stephen Young. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Maybe the one on this side of the mic, but this, as space, as often said, is a team sport. So sincere thank you to you for our wonderful coverage today, and we look forward to continuing on with you for the duration of the mission. For all of us here at Spaceflight now on Artemis launch day, April 1st, I am Will Robinson Smith. Thank you for being with us. Ad Astra, and good night. We'll see you next time.
And integrity for toilet, we're going to have to think about that for a while. In the meantime, CCUs are available in Alpha.